The dawn is looking bright as you all leave Abbey Brook behind. You were successful in your last endeavor.
Yay.
You succeeded in rescuing Sonny Boyton from the Bandits' Keep. You were successful in coming back to Abbey Brook, visiting some of the merchants, letting them know that you were planning on returning another rescued boy, Hull Pride Oak, back to Grimsooth before you accepted the request for an expedition for a curator from a museum up in Grimsooth by the name of Dresmorland. You all finished up your business and concluded in Abbey Brook and began to climb aboard a golden cart drawn by a pure snow white horse as you all set up north through a bit of the forest onwards to Grimsooth. It's going to take roughly 3 days for all of you to pass through the roads, pass through a bit of the mountains leading up to Grimsooth, but is there anything that you want to do in the meantime going through? I know, Kev, you weren't here, so if you want to ask any sort of questions or get a lay of the land or anything, you can start there.
I guess if I could just get a little plot recap, like what happened after you guys did all your shopping, if anything, because I had to leave around there.
After we did all the shopping, I believe we had. No, that was after we stopped by the mayor, right? Pretty sure the shopping was the last thing that we had done,
Yeah.
and then concluded for the
The mayor
night.
broke
Met up
everything.
with Trez, who is wanting to keep an early schedule. You all got up around 7 o'clock or so, a little bit early, and met him out by the stables. I think that was pretty much everything. It's pretty close.
I guess I just have to ask some maybe painfully ignorant questions here, but where are we right now and why are we here?
No such thing as a stupid question.
Oh, you
but-
wait. I'll find a way. I always find something. But yeah, how do we end up here and why are we here again? I think I missed that.
So we're currently on the way to return Hull off to his parents off in Grimsooth.
I got that.
As well as complete the job for Dresmorland that Thorn, the guild master of Abbey Brook, had kind of recruited you all for.
Yeah, what did he want us to do? Because last I thought we gave him back his supplies.
I gave the blacksmith back the supplies.
Sorry, I'm getting people mixed up here.
No worries.
It's very easy to do when you're helping merchant after merchant after merchant, and there's missing boys and missing boys.
Sure,
Yeah.
that's why
So-
notes are a very good thing. At least
Was
for
I there
names
for
to have.
this for the instruction of this one? What?
Yeah, I mean, if you were absent, I assume you're just in the back, but you're not gone.
Yeah.
So, Dresmorland had, once you all met back up, he apologized for his earlier behavior and how impatient he was. He let you know that he was looking to recruit a group that could go on an expedition for him, go through a newly discovered set of ruins that would in some way help with his museum collection. He was looking to hire all of you to take a look through the ruins and bring back any valuables that you might find, or any sort of information, documents, artwork, anything that might be hidden within.
Okay. And then, is there anything that led to possibly having a 6-month fast forward, or was it just kind of
Nope, that has not happened yet. We're just
yeah.
we're just way that I'm going to run it. We're going to be going off to the city, complete the dungeon, and then once we get back, we'll go from there. See where everyone goes.
Okay. Yeah. I was just kind of curious more from a D&D standpoint, like again, as a newer person, was there kind of a sense that like their stories might be ending and like there's other things that we could shift to? Yeah, okay. Okay. That's cool. That's interesting. I just thought that was interesting.
Mhm.
So yeah, okay. I don't think I need to know anything else other than like I'm just kind of ready to. Oh, that's what it was. What's the developments with our little surprise? Remember?
Oh, I have not had the time to think on that.
Okay.
It's so much of a
Hasn't
surprise that even Dale doesn't know.
been resolved
Yeah.
yet though, so like there's still like room for it to finagle. So
To be
I'll get to it.
honest, though,
Okay.
when I hear Dale talk about like revealing a little surprise, sorry, my tongue is numb from ice cream. When I hear Dale talking about a little surprise, it usually doesn't end well. He
Thanks.
You are famous for little surprises that turn out to be something like Goblin Carnival or, like, oh, there's bears everywhere. I don't know. You have definitely.
Oh, okay.
Goblin
Don't
Carnival
worry.
sounds like fun.
Don't worry, we've had fun on your surprises. That's not there. Nothing to say anything bad about your little surprises.
I'm just very
saying.
confused what you're referring to, but okay. So how do we want to move forward? Do we just want to end up at the city, or is there anything y'all want to do on the way to Grimseth?
I think I'm ready. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I would need for something like this. But I think again, it kind of has more to do with still being new, and there probably could be a lot of things I could do and just don't know it. But I think I'm pretty much as ready as I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
So
No
I'm good.
worries.
Well, I do have a question regarding the caterpillar. Could I
What?
communicate with it?
What
Nani?
are you talking about?
Caterpillar that we have like come across in our while looking at people speaking with animals and doing strange performances with magic.
I'm-
Yet I distinctly remember you mentioning a caterpillar.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think there's been any caterpillar.
I'm sure there was one, or at least maybe not with oh god, I wrote her name down. Where is her name? I wrote it down.
I wasn't able to find fire arrows in D&D Beyond either, by the way.
Okay, I'll take a look into that.
Okay. Anyway, we can look at the logistics, but my goal is to find this magical creator who apparently is good with caterpillars to a certain extent. Now,
Give me one moment.
naturally,
I mean, is everyone else free to go, or do we just want to call it today? See, y'all kind of hopped off.
I'm okay with whatever.
Me too.
Yeah, they'll just go with your instincts here. Like we're cool.
Sure.
either way.
I mean, I would like to continue. So
Okay.
Okay.
whatever y'all would like to do.
Let's do it.
I'm ready.
Gale shapeshifts into cow. Let's moo this.
All right. So,
Gale crutches everyone in the cart. The end.
oh God, no. You make your way through like the scraggly ends of the forest into the opening and the entrance of Grimsoth. And this is a very large, bustling city. There's constant noise all around you as you just see folks walking, and you see carts and horses like being driven all through like the city streets and the blocks. Dresmolen's been a somewhat silent companion during the entire ride. He hasn't really spoken to you unless he's had something of note to say. As you were approaching town about a few miles, 3 or 4 miles to the west, he did comment that, oh, this pass is where we'll be heading off to. It is nearby the city. It's not too far away. Once you deliver the child off, we'll be making a pass over there. The cart is driven right through the city gate. See a couple like guards, nice shiny big armor. Just like let it flow through. They give a little salute to the driver, and you begin to roll into a very like extravagant looking building. It's what looks to be like a 2-story like combination of stable and tavern. To the right, you've got like a section for carts and horses. To the middle, you have the actual like 2-story building itself. The cart is parked. The dwarf who has been your chauffeur descends, opens the door for all of you, and gives you a like slight bow and a little bit of a stink eye. You see like a little smirk on his face as you all decide to leave. Currently, you're towards the western end of the city, and it seems to be more of like a residential area. You see that this one building, the tavern stable, seems to be the most luxurious establishment around. Everything else looks to be a bit more run down, a bit more like the lower class side of things. What would you all like to do?
Now, is this just like a stable mostly for commerce and guests, or would I find a potential warhorse here I could examine?
Taking a look around, you see that it's very generic looking carts, nothing that would house any sort of soldier or like war official.
Okay, and no exotic stable animals. Like I won't find. It's just all horses. I won't find like I forget what the equivalent of like this world's chocobo is, just for fun.
There would be nothing like that, no.
Okay.
I just want to say, out of game, this is a very pretty map, and I do like it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So it is roughly about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, like just afternoon. The streets do seem to be pretty crowded. Reese, you do have a bit of a memory of like where the kid's house would be when you had met with his parents on your last trip here.
Oh, yeah. So wait, this is the same. We're visiting the same family that I visited before.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
no. Well, yes.
Yeah, this is when Reese left the party for some time. He went up to
Yeah.
Grimsooth and learned of Hull's name, his family, and everything of the missing kid off in Grimsooth.
Should we do like a recap of like, do we have any idea? And if not, I guess you'll be able to assess that it doesn't matter or not. But could we get a sense of like what the dialogue was, what the exchange was? Was it like,
Sure.
you know, how did it go with them? So we can sort of continue that on.
And
Yeah.
if you could just ping roughly where we are in relation to the map.
Sure, I can draw out a circle for y'all. That's how I did it last time.
Sorry, guys. Quick question: how do you get back to that map?
I just joined the Roll20 game.
Yeah, just log in to Roll20.
Yeah. No.
Yep.
Oh, Roll20. Oh, that map.
Yep.
Oh, so we're gonna use Roll20 still.
Yep.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dale hasn't made the transition just yet.
Right. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I saw it. That's where I was looking at it on the Twitch channel.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks, Dale.
that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
So roughly you're like in the middle of the square, like the entry square. You've got a couple blocks still to get over to the market square. Reese, your last adventure here, you had met with the parents. You learned that their names were, let me check my notes. Brumir and Edis Prideoak.
Okay.
They were towards like the southeastern end of the like the residential area just below the market square along the river. So roughly around this area. Right along there. So
Oh yeah. Okay.
the discussion went from how you were looking to follow up on a lead and you're coming from a guild down in Abbey Brook, and you and your companions had found a kid who wasn't the kid they were looking for, but they heard stories that someone else in the city had lost their child in very similar situations. The family thanked you, tears in the eyes, and requested that you, when possible, bring Hull back up home to them, and gave you a gift as best they could, where you got your great axe, and you returned home.
Great axe. Okay.
And do we have to report anything to the guild hall up here, or is it pretty well all settled?
Pretty well all settled. Thorn and the mayor did send their regards off to the guild hall as well as the city, so they are aware that you'd be coming down within the next couple days.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll
We're
say that
here
for the
now.
simplicity of how this is all working, at this point, Sev just kind of like trails off to the back and is minding her own side business for now, as she does.
Okay. And sorry, we're actually here to drop off the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right on. Okay, well, I'm ready.
If you need an excuse for why we don't see Sev for a bit, you can always just invent a bookstore.
True.
Yes.
Very true.
Looks like a very bustling part of
The
city.
best arcanery in Grimsooth.
Kev,
Yeah,
you are a
maybe she saw one
bit
along the
low
way.
right now, by the way.
Oh, I'm a bit low. I actually
bit.
turned myself down just now because it was cranked. I thought it might be too loud. So, is that tolerable? Is
Yeah.
that good?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Where you are now.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so what do y'all want to do? You have like the entire city ahead of you. Forewarned, I don't
Well,
have all of
did we
it
drop off? Did we
worked
drop
out,
off
so.
the kid?
Right now.
I mean, that's first
like
order
your
of business.
Yeah, right now you're just outside the stables if you want to go in. If you want to go try to find the kid's family first, he's just kind of like sitting here with you guys.
Yeah,
Okay. Well,
I mean,
yeah. I'll just take a look at him and just see, well, first of all, I want to see what he's doing. Does he seem happy to be back? Does he seem excited, scared? Like, what's the emotions?
Yeah, you definitely see like a very big grin across his face as he's just like looking around wildly. There's like kind of like shifting around in place.
Okay, so Reese just kind of bends down to eye level and just says, "Well, it looks like this is nothing but good news to you. Are you ready to go?"
He just nods excitedly back at you.
Right on. It's like, well, it was a pleasure having you on our adventure. You should have some of your own sometime and let us know how it goes.
You just kind of like give him a little eye roll and a like sigh, and just kind of shakes his head.
You can say, or there's a lot of good bookstores that can save you the trouble. There we go.
Don't hesitate to write us and Arthur whenever you can.
Begins nodding furiously again. I mean, it's like motioning.
Alright.
So are we bringing him back to his parents now? That seems like a first objective, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
I would think so.
Sure.
Can you imagine, like, a kid that was kidnapped, and you went through this huge endeavor to rescue him, you're bringing him back, and then you're like,
Well, let's just screw around at the bar.
yeah,
for a
let's
bit.
just...
You know, I have this wolf schematic here. I bet there might be like a... like, that definitely takes priority over returning the kid to his parents.
It's like, hey kid, like, I know this must be really exciting for you, but those carpets over there are 20% off. I'm sorry, I have to... just give me 5 minutes.
Talk about having the rug pulled out from under you.
Nice.
Oh, Dale.
Anyways, you can easily navigate your way through the crowded city streets. It takes you about like an hour and a half to like head through all the city blocks and head around the corners. And Hull is like leading the way, essentially kind of like in line and like matching steps with Reese as you're walking around the blocks. And you all manage to make your way off to the eastern end, right near the riverside. And Hull begins.
Sorry, as we're doing this, I kind of want to maintain a level of awareness just because like all kinds of shenanigans have happened with this kid.
Yeah, sure.
I'm assuming everybody has their eyes on us because we're walking around a populated city with a wolf.
Probably, yeah.
And Gale may or may not still be a cow.
I was never a cow.
I know. Just checking.
I think that would be called a moot point.
Moot.
Oh,
I love it.
Of puns is way too much. I do.
I mean, I can have Lock roll a stealth roll, but I have a feeling.
Go ahead and give me a perception, Gale, if you want to just like take a look at the land and see if anything. Just keeping your
I
eyes
want to review my
forward.
skills here. I got some new ones. I gotta get acquainted with. There might be something here.
Let's see if this works. Perception.
Is that under features and traits, Dale?
No one spots the wolf.
No, skills is still going to be roll 20, I guess.
So with the D&D Beyond, or with the Beyond 20 extension, there should be a little icon that pops up next to your character sheet on Beyond. So you should be able to just click everything from there, and it's going to automatically roll on roll 20 if you have both windows open.
I saw that. I guess that means I successfully installed the extension.
Yeah.
I'm looking for what category is it in?
For perception, it should be
just
right
for
next.
like the new skills that we got.
I believe it should be under features and traits.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
But we can go over that
Okay.
later. Yeah.
I just wanted to see if there was anything that relevant to like.
For sure, you could always like just click around and like read stuff as you're going through section by section. Not a problem.
For
With
chat, if it's not visible. I rolled a 22. That's why I was joking around.
I just rolled 23.
Oh, that's good.
So I mean, normally like a wolf coming into town would be very strange, and it's not quite so much that Locke is hidden, so much as Locke does begin to take on more of a dog-like appearance. And if you're just walking around town with a dog, it's not quite so looked down upon. So he's just out in bright daylight, just tongue like all waggling out, leading the way, and just walking around all like strutting. No one suspects a thing. Gale, with a 23, you see that it just seems like a very busy day. I'll say that for the sake of the world, it's like a Tuesday. It's not quite as bad as a Monday. People aren't cranky, but it's like the next day of the work week, and they're just going about their business. Despite it being really busy, things look very crowded, but not out of place. No one really takes heed of you. No one is really like looking your way. You're just bumbling through town until you get to where the boy's parents are.
Okay, good. No one's going to jump us or anything, or at least if they do, I can give everyone a warning.
Eventually, you all, following Reese and Hull, make your way up the block, round a corner, and you're presented with this rather adequate-looking house. It seems to be above the like lower class, like one-story houses near the west entrance. You see a like very just mild-looking two-story house. Has a like a white picket fence and a gate with like a little bit of like a trimmed garden lawn with like steps leading up to its entryway. And Hull will just like ecstatically point to the front door and like unhook the gate and just start running towards the door and like knocking, banging on the door. You hear a couple of the rat-a-tat-tats from the door knocker, and Reese, you see a rather elderly man, roughly about like mid-60s or so, open the door and just fall to his knees, mouth just agape, falling open as he wraps his arms around Hull, and just you can see him just squeeze ever so tightly. And the two look very caught up in the moment.
Aww.
Reese just kind of waits and lets that kind of run its course, and then when it seems appropriate, he just kind of puts his hand on the old man's shoulder and just says, we haven't heard him speak. He hasn't said anything. I don't know if that's normal or not. But other than that, he seems perfectly healthy. Not to say that not speaking is unhealthy, but yeah.
Oh, I understand. He wasn't. He was quite the chatter before he was taken. I do appreciate his return, however. You made good on your word for an old man, and I sincerely appreciate that.
Reese just kind of nods with just a gentle smile and just says, it may take time for his voice to return. And then he looks at the boy and he's still speaking to the old man, but looks at the boy and just says, but when he's ready to talk, I'm sure he will. Say, but if not, if there's something else troubling him and you think we can help, please feel free to contact us.
Absolutely will do. You've been so much help. I did make arrangements for the rest of your group. We've been told that they were coming from Abbybrook down south, and we made some arrangements for a gift for them at the guild hall whenever they're ready to drop by.
Oh, thank you.
No, thank
Also,
all of you.
don't hesitate to write us. The guild hall, and I'm sure the town alchemist Arthur would love to hear from Hull as well.
We will definitely see what we can do about that, without a doubt.
Cool.
Well, that he's going to thank all of you individually and go to, like, shake your hands. And Hull looks back, walks through the doorway, looking back at all of you. He begins to just wave ecstatically at all of you before he fades within the entryway.
Yay.
Reese,
Yeah, I'd like to wave back when he does.
Sure. Yeah.
Reese kind of stops, like, before going too far, and again sits eye level, and in the same way that he saw this old man shake everyone's hand, like that's what you do when you're grown up, and that's what that's what men and grown-ups do to kind of communicate in this sort of more. He wants to extend that to him. So Reese extends his hand for a handshake, and just waits to see his response.
To Hull, or
Yeah, to
Yeah.
Hull, yeah.
He'll look kind of confused, waving to the others first, and they're all waving back, especially Rayleigh, who's like getting really like into it, and comes off to you. And as you see like his head cock and his hand drop down to his side, and begins to just put on like a straight face and begin to shake your hand.
Reese just says, this is what grown-ups do when they have to kind of, this sort of more mature kind of exchange. And he says, but I'm shaking your hand because I want you to know that, like, I want you to realize what you went through today, or what you went through in the last while, and you got through it. There was a lot of things that you could have done that where you could have given up, and we wouldn't have found you, and he wouldn't have had you back. He gestures towards the old man. He says, like, I just want you to make sure you know how strong you are. So I'm giving you a handshake like a grown-up.
With that, he kind of like grips a little bit harder and like becomes a bit more rigid. Gives you like one last shake.
Right on.
Maybe he has a career in adventuring in the future.
Or just really good novel writing.
And with that, he's going to like take his hand back and look back once again, and fade through the entryway, going to the rest of the house.
Right on.
And the door closes. You are left back on the street block in the like, I don't know, the east, like the central eastern, like western half of the river. You've got it's like 3 o'clock right now. You got a good portion of the day ahead of you. You know that Drez is staying back at the stables where you all had came from, making preparations for another outing tomorrow to go visit the ruins. Is there anything you wanted to go check up on in the city today?
I kind of think we got most of our supplies in Abbey Brook, so like rather than keep him and potentially annoy him, I'd much rather just return to the stables and like get a briefing on what exactly. I mean, I know he said he doesn't fully know what to expect, but maybe he sort of has an idea now that we're closer.
Yeah, what he wants to do as far as the day, because I mean, for all I know, it's been long enough in the day that he just wants to go back to the guild and relax there, in which case our day opens up. Or,
or if he has work to do at the museum or whatever.
Sure, yeah. You can all make your way back over to where the stables were.
And also, are we like the full expedition team, or is he bringing like some surveyors with him as well?
My understanding is it was us. We're the help.
So yeah, and in his words, yes, you are the help.
That help. Okay.
You can make your way and spend another like hour trekking back through to the stables, and you enter in. Despite the surrounding area looking again on like the more the lower class side, this appears to be like one of the buildings in the area where all of the more wealthy, at least like middle class, upper middle class folks would head off to. You see a very large common room right through the doors, and it is nearly like standing room only. You've got about like 10 different tables off to the left. You've got a performer on a stage off to the right near a hearth that's going, just providing some very lovely kind of like ambient, generic music. And you can see like the crowds like getting really into it in the immediate area. Others are just talking, cheering, going to talking amongst themselves. And you see Drez off to the one of like the solo tables off to the right. I guess we'll call it a booth connected to the wall. Just enjoying a meal, taking it easy, and relaxing. What y'all wanting to do? Y'all just heading off to approach him?
I suppose, yes.
All right, you can make your way through the crowd, sit down, and he begins to just look up from his meal. Yes, what can I do for you? Your errands finished?
Yes, we've concluded our official business, so we're at your disposal.
Give me one moment. My apologies. What did you last ask?
All I said was we're at your disposal since we've concluded our errand.
Ah, yes. Good to hear. I have made arrangements to stay here for the night. We will be setting off tomorrow, around 8 in the morning. It'll be a few hours ride, to get to where we'll need to go. Just finish whatever you need to do in town, whatever restocks you might need. Just make sure not to be late in the morning.
Okay, as long as we have some spare time. We just wanted to check in with you first before we did anything.
I appreciate the concern. It is noted.
Okay, have a good night then.
With that, he'll bid you off and begin to go back to his meal.
Is there like some sort of, I'm not sure if there'd be like a town map or something, or I guess maybe Gale might be interested in checking out an alchemy shop if there are like guard stables. He might want to check them out to see if there are any interesting animals. Hoping for a warhorse.
Sure.
Notable, notable businesses would be great.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of businesses. Nearly anything.
Like, what district are we in? If that kind of helps.
Right now, you're in what seems to be like a residential district. Coming through the city gates, it looked like a lot of just normal houses. You do have the occasional pub and inn every few blocks. Essentially, your McDonald's on like every corner. Heading off to the like direct east to begin to approach the market district, you could find like a variety of different smiths or general goods shops. You could find a couple of very quirky, odd-looking shops that would have something to do with magical items. You get the idea that there are a couple of apothecaries or other like nature shops where you might be able to pick up supplies for something. You get like leather workers, jewelers, nearly anything you can think of is going to be here.
Okay, is there any sign of shops specializing in clockwork things?
Near
Gnomish
the
engineering.
Yeah, nearing the end of the like eastern district, almost like right on the waterfront near the bridge connecting the two halves, there does appear to be a building that its sign is like comprised entirely of cogs, and I don't have a note directly in front of me. It's with my retired notes from last arc. It's the same shop with the guy that the Carney had told you about. Really.
Okay. Yeah, so we can. What business do you want to take care of first? Because
I'm fine with you handling your clockwork wolf thing,
yeah,
or
sure.
whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what I'm doing with it now at the moment, but I am vaguely curious about it.
And also,
I
he
am
might
curious
even be
about
able to tell you about your gun. So, like,
Right. That's a good point too.
Sure. So you can all enter in. Where do I have the dang notes? Excuse me. You can enter in the shop, and it's a rather like small shop. It doesn't seem to be. It is very dimly lit. There are like no windows that are open. They've all been all the shutters have been closed as you enter, and you just hear like the back and forth swing and the rhythm of various different types of clocks as the pendulum just tick tock. Off to the
it's
left, you can see
hypnotic.
a like clock that takes up like a quarter of the wall, just comprised out of different gears, and all the gears are just like twisting and moving at different speeds as you see the hands just begin to count down the seconds. In the far wall across from where the door is, you see an old weathered gnome. He's got these big goggles on that just like magnify his forehead as you look through the glass. He's just got like this wild twisted hair, white hair going in off in every direction, like little kind of short puffy beard moving off.
I love it.
And he takes a look up from what he's working on. Just looks, oh, we got some visitors. Yes, hello, friends. What can I interest you in today? We have a mighty fine collection that might suit any of your needs.
Well, I actually have an unusual request. I came across a schematic of sorts, and I wanted to know if you could recognize anything of it, and depending on how things go, maybe I'll order from you once I'm a little bit richer. I'm about to make quite a bit of money, it seems like, so.
All right. Yes, let's, you said that you found some schematics of sorts?
Yeah, I'll pull out the Clockwork Wolf schematic that I got from the bandits' hideout.
Sure. You can
The
unfold them
one
out.
in town rather than one out of town.
Yeah, it was the one in town, if I remember right.
Yeah. I'm just being more trying to clarify since we've been in two at this point at least.
Got you. Yeah, you can like take them out and like unfold them, and you just hear like a little like crease of the parchment. He like lowers the goggles, and you see his eyes blow up to like 50 times their size, and he just takes a look over it, pulls it like right up next to his face, and just flips it over, rummages through it. Oh, this is very interesting indeed. It seems to be a life-size wolf. This is some very delicate designs. This would take... Oh, golly, this would take a master craftsman, a master of the trade to construct. Where did you find these?
Well, honestly, we were doing a rescue mission of sorts from some bandits, and they just happened to have it. I don't actually know where it came from at this point. I was kind of wondering if I could track that down too.
Huh. Interesting. Unfortunately, I'd have no idea of its origins. But, I mean, You are looking at a master of his craft, of course. I, for a price, could perhaps construct this automaton, if you so desired.
Okay, what price are we talking about so that I can, save up for it to make sure?
Well, there are a lot of parts, and some of them are rather delicate to come across, to find. Everything put together, 600 gold should be suffice.
Okay. Well, I don't have that on me right now, but when I do, I will contact you. So thank you very much.
Begins to it kind of, you see a disappointed kind of scowl on his face when you say you don't quite have enough yet. Yes, all right. No one respects my craft. You gather that, and we might have a deal, boy.
Okay.
Are there places we could look to find some of these parts, or are they without doing a history check out of game, I guess I'll sort of ask in character too, are they ancient parts that would be found, or would it be something you would have to construct yourself?
These are very specific dimensions and sizes. Most of them, they'd be proprietary. You wouldn't be able. There are some parts you could just go out, and some that you could take from other items. But I would have to be working on most of these myself.
Understandable. Okay.
There are a couple of items that are difficult to find, such as the eyes, the heart. Those would be... we can discuss those once we get there.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything else I might be able to offer you, though? We do have some wonderful other gadgets, and he'll produce a couple of items from beneath the counter. You see the very similar looking, wind-up toys, like from the carnies. You see a dragon and a cockatrice. He also brings out a pair of goggles that have these different gears on the sides, and begin to flick through the gears, and they have different levels of vision. Essentially, they're binoculars.
You know what? I'll bite and have a look at them and ask, do these merely enhance vision, or would they also grant the ability to see at night?
These merely enhance the vision. They're just the wonderful, intricate designs with brass and glass.
Okay.
Nothing to do with night, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's okay. I was just curious.
Are you...
Human concerns, after all. I kind of chuckle.
Of course. Of course, I'm sorry. In my old age, I often forget. But suffice it, if you need anything worked on, you can always come back to Flitzlick.
Okay. Pleasure meeting you.
You as well.
I guess I kind of motion at Rayleigh's waist in case he wants to have his gun examined by him, or...
I guess I could ask, but... sure, I'll ask if he's seen something like it, just for curiosity's sake.
Sure.
Make sure it has no ammo in it, isn't pointed at him, so it's
non-threatening.
Gun safety
Right,
101. Yeah, you can present the pistol off to him, and he begins to take a look at it. look around, like look at the hammer and where the powder is. Take a look down the barrel. This is a mystery to me. I've heard stories, but nothing concrete. Where you must have seen something to find these designs and this gun.
We've had our share of adventuring, and we've come
Ye-
across some interesting things.
Yeah, the bandit that in question, he wasn't human, so he might have lived for who knows how long.
And Gale kind of clears his throat a little bit, but
When you say isn't human, I mean that is, I myself am not human, but I haven't lived long enough to see one of these. What, pray tell, was he?
Honestly, we don't know.
we don't.
Unfortunate. Well, if you find out any other information, I would be mighty interested in perusing this device.
We'll definitely keep it in mind. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. All right. And if there's anything else you'd like to bring up, go ahead. Otherwise, you all can head out the shop back to the city blocks.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, me too.
Cool. Anywhere else y'all want to explore off to? Anything you need to attend to before winding down?
When you say nature shop, like what does that kind of mean? Just like an average reagent shop, or
So anything that might have to do with nature. It could be anything from, oh god, I can't. Where you would like go get flowers or like various different plants or trees. An arbory, I think that. Or anything to do
if
with
that-
like supplies, such as like picking up reagents or like going more into like the alchemical side.
Okay, I mean, I might want to check one of those out to see if they have anything alchemical, but mostly just to like restock like
Okay.
spell reagents if I happen to be without my staff.
Sure. Yeah, you can make your way over to one of the closest shops without a problem. You see just like the big old like wooden sign. There is like a connected off to the sign is like a wooden circle with like a spinning sign caught in the wind. So like whenever like the breeze blows by, you just see like a potion bottle like spinning all around.
No, like a weather vane kind of thing.
Yeah, kinda. There's like and it's like own contained circle, so it's still connected off to the sign. You can make your way in. It's also like rather dark. Most of the shutters are closed. It's a small room, about like 10 by 15 feet. There are rows of various different bottles and components along like the sides of the wall, and a couple of tables just past the entryway. You do see behind the counter kind of like a skinny young half-elf who looks kind of skittish as he's just like wiping down the desk and pauses, takes a quick look at it, begins to wipe harder, blows it, and then begins to nod and carry on his business as you all enter. He just kind of just drops. Yes, good afternoon. Welcome. What can we
Hello.
interest you in today?
Largely just browsing. I might be interested in some druidic reagents. I'm a novice to alchemical studies, meaning like I just bought my kit the other day, I have some recipes, and I'd be interested in learning if you have anything that I might be able to use, recipe-wise.
Sure. I'm sure we have a couple of recipes over here. He's gonna like get up from behind the counter, go to one of the shelving units, and flicker through. He pulls out like a stack of scrolls, just like arms full as you just like shuffles over and displays
Whoa.
them all across the desk. There are like a good like 3 or 4. You like the like hollow rattle, like the paper hitting the desk. These are generally recommended for beginners, those just coming into the craft like yourself.
Okay. I examine the recipes and, check for duplicates of anything I might already have.
Sure. Give me 1 second here. Oh, excuse me. So it is going to have a recipe for alchemist fire.
Ooh,
It's going to
spicy.
have a recipe for a potion of climbing. The others are duplicates of things that you already have, or at the very least are like very similar to, and basically produce like the same effect.
Okay, that's fine. How much for the alchemist fire and potion of climbing?
It comes about to roughly 55 gold each.
Okay. And does it look like he has a few copies of these, or is it just like
There are like
well,
duplicates of the alchemist fire. There are duplicates of several of the ones that like are very similar to the ones you already have, and there's only one of the potion of climbing.
Does he use the scroll when he makes it or something?
No, these are just like recipe scrolls to like follow and like jot notes down on and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I just want to check the character sheet for where I would have all my gold.
Oh, that is something I did not cross over. I can take a look at that for you though.
No, that's cool. I mean, I'm logged into Roll20 anyway, so I can look.
Okay. Yeah, my apologies.
Looks like I'm a little short for now. If you don't mind taking a bit of a deposit, I can come back later and pick it up for the potion of climbing.
So sorry, I can try to keep it in the back for you, but boss says we can't do deposits no more.
Okay, that's fine. Then I suppose I can come back another time then. But thank you.
Absolutely. Is there anything else we can interest you with? It really, I mean, if you're in need of a potion of climbing, I mean, we've got a couple for sale.
Just out of curiosity, how much do those run for, like individually?
It's roughly about 85 gold.
Ah, gotcha. Well, I only have about 49 on me right now. I have some in the bank, but
Wait a minute,
I'll have
wait
to
a
come
minute.
back another time.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me, I think I've got some here. What would be the most accurate place to check gold, like in Roll20?
Yeah, I didn't
Or-
move any financial stuff, so gold will be all in Roll20 for you.
So I currently have 411, which is, like, mostly explainable because I generally gap out when it comes to shopping because I don't know what I'm doing. So, Gail, I could lend you the money for now. We can get it now.
Okay. Sure. I appreciate that.
Okay.
And once I swing by the bank, I'll pay it back to you.
Yeah, no rush on that.
Okay. Did you want to pick up
So
the?
I'll just take the recipe then.
Okay.
Yeah, and let
Just
me
for
know what the
the
difference is, and I'll deduct it.
just for the climbing potion.
If it seems like he has more copies of the Alchemist Fire, like I'm not too worried that he's going to run out of stock of that. So
Okay. Yeah, he's got 2 copies of the Alchemist Fire, only one of the potion of climbing. So we can go through just the climbing. The recipe itself comes to 55. The required ingredients for it are going to be separate, and that's going to come to roughly about 25.
What's the grand total?
25 plus 55, is that 80?
Cool. I'll pay for the whole thing because I'd rather Gale have like just some money in his pocket in the meantime, in case anything happens. In case we have to bribe some surly guard or something. I don't know.
And I have become aware of it. I want to get some lantern oil before we move on.
Yeah, okay.
and
Wherever
we
that would be.
have like Alchemist Fire with Relay, right? You have
Yeah,
some in your
I've
inventory.
got 3 bottles of it.
Okay. The reason I don't want to buy it right away is I want to see how in clutch they come before, I invest time into making it. So
Sure. I'm trying to figure out how much lantern oil would be. Not as that
and
expensive.
also, like, I'm just fine taking the recipe for now. Like, I won't need the ingredients right away because we won't have downtime right away. So, I mean, if it's a package deal,
Sure. You know what? With normally it'd be 25. Normally it'd be 55. Together, I'll take 10 gold off. See, as you're
Sure.
actually going to commit to the sale now. So it'll be 75 total for everything.
okay, sure.
Just try to do some, good business. A form of rapport with the clientele, as the boss would say. Do come
appreciated.
back.
And I owe Reese 75 gold later.
Okay, yeah, so I'll just deduct that on here.
Sure.
Yeah, for Alchemist Fire, it says the target takes 1d4 at the start of its turn. Of each of its turns, and the creature can end this damage by using its action to make a DC 10 dexterity check. So,
At
the
worst,
benefit
it
there
stuns
is
the creature.
right. Basically, it either can attack that turn and take more damage the next turn, or it can basically skip its turn to try and not take damage the next turn.
Yeah. So for a flask oil, it's going to come down to 1 silver.
If it's that cheap, and considering how handy they are, let's just go ahead and get 16 of them, so I have an even 20.
So he
If
only
that's-
has 5 on hand.
Okay, I'll take the 5 then.
Sure, you can go ahead. We'll get all 5, and we'll just nod at you and like, here you go. Thank you for the sale. We're all clear. Oh my gosh, the boss is gonna be so happy about that. Thank you. Pleasure doing business with you.
Pleasure doing business with you as well.
Okay. So I guess that's it for me. Other than that, I think I'll just go straight to the bank and give Reese his money back.
Sure. If there's nothing else you want to do, you
And
can
I'll just
head off.
deduct it from the deposit that I have sort of set aside in platinum, which I kind of registered as having as gold in the bank.
Sure. So we can head out of the alchemist shop. You all can make your way across the other side of the river. And as you cross the bridge, as you're moving on through, you begin to see like a more regal, more elegant design in the buildings. And you see this appears to be more of the well-kept noble district. You see what you could construe as various different government buildings, you do see like what appears to be like a guard barracks towards the center near a fountain.
Is
Walk
there a
past.
stable?
There are no stables immediately seen by the barracks. No.
Damn it. Okay.
Walking through the blocks, you do hear like the a bell sound throughout the air, and like looking over to like past your shoulder, you do catch a glimpse of like the arch of a church near one of the cliff walls towards one of the far ends of town. Come across a couple of other like jewelers. It looked to be, I don't know, they just seem to have a more expensive air around them. And in the midst of all this, you do manage to find your way off to the bank that just says Grimseth Institute. You can pop in easily enough. You'll have to wait in line for a bit, but it seems to
Yeah,
be
it's fine.
in better order than Abbey Brooks is. You see like a long line of tellers. Nothing looks as backed up as it was in Abbey Brook. And just wait a few minutes, wait for your turn. You go up, request the gold from your account. You show them your card. They take and they go head out back. Return with a small pouch. Take out the gold. Count up to 10, slide it through, counts up to 10, slide it through to the amount that you need, and you're all concluded.
Okay. And I just kind of hand it off to Reese to, pay back my debt.
Well, that was fast. How much is it again, Dale?
It was
75.
75.
Yep.
So basically you deduct... Sorry, go ahead.
Reese, are you handing me this? Like, is it actual coin that I'm being handed right now?
Yeah, it's actual coin, seeing as how you paid for me, so technically you lose nothing.
Reese just extends his hand, but then he ends up just closing Gale's fingers around the money, and just kind of gives him a little smile and says, "We've been through a lot, man. Don't worry about this."
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, practically, just from a practical standpoint, I haven't spent much at all. I've still got like a huge amount left, but just on a personal level, like I just consider it a gesture.
Okay. Well, suppose it can't hurt to carry a little extra on me.
Yeah.
Sure. But thank you. If you ever need or short yourself, I'll be sure to spot you too.
Reese's eyes kind of wander into old memories, like as things are getting kind of a bit muddled and hazy for him with how wild things have been. And he takes a deep sigh and he looks at him and says, "I'm pretty sure you've saved my ass at least twice."
And if it weren't, I mean, I guess I'll kind of thank the teller and start moving towards the entrance because we're probably holding up the line now.
Oh, right.
I'll say, well, if it weren't for you on our very last adventure, we probably would have been dead if you didn't, end the changeling fellow.
Was that the big leap off the table with the axe thing?
Yeah, basically, that was you,
Jeez.
basically, like, one-shotting the big bad.
Yeah.
Reese just
Perfect
smiles
rolls
and
and-
shakes his head. Yeah, right. Reese just smiles and shakes his head and just says, "That was fucking crazy." But we did
The
it.
nat 20, like, oh my god.
Like he has a look on his face that like comes on his face like he's just realizing that happened. Just like I can't believe we made it through that. Yeah.
A lot has, out of game. Like preparing for this second arc, I was trying to create, because I'm a bad DM. I don't take notes during session, so I rewatch the VODs and then I take like notes off of that.
There you go.
And
it's like recording this class in school.
Yeah, it kind of really is.
Yeah.
And so like I've been just like trying to pull from memory, like make a loose outline of everything that happened. And like looking back at it, like, good God, so much more happened than I actually thought. It's wild. Anyways. So yeah, you can head off of the bank. Is there anything else y'all want to look into before retiring for the night, or?
Not really. Again, without getting too invested in the city until we finish our mission, like, I kind of think we have most of what we need, so.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of caltrops, plenty of ball bearings. Yeah, I'm good.
Sure. Fantastic. So as the like hours have been passing, as you've been roaming through the streets trying to explore.
Sorry, Dale. I just wanted to just before we leave, I should just kind of check. Like, I hate saying this over and over. It's probably getting annoying, but because I'm new, I could be potentially missing something. So
Sure.
I almost kind of want to turn on the like tutorial box of the game, like setting here, and just be like, is there anything here that like maybe like Reese could consider purchasing that might be useful that I'm just not considering? Because other than that, we can move forward.
So there could be like general items. We
How do
haven't really.
paladins cast spells? Like, do they take any reagents?
Right. Let me check. What those things require.
Oh, that is a good question.
Very good question.
Because I have not looked at any of the
There's at
new.
least a couple that require.
Because I
spells.
figured most of it just kind of comes from their natural smiting ability. But like, I don't know if you need like candles or something.
No,
or
there was at least a couple I remember. Yeah, where would I find that, Dale, again?
So if you take a look at the spells, we'll have everything listed out. There are 3 components when you cast a spell, either V, S, or M. It'll have listed. V means that you need to be able to speak to do it. S is somatic, meaning that you need to have a free hand to make whatever gestures you need to. Or M means that there are materials that you need.
Okay.
Paladins cast spells by using their holy symbol, which I think we had talked about was a tattoo, I believe. And so like that is like always on you, and that's not a problem. But if there is a listed component that has like a certain gold value, you need to go
like
find that.
Revivify takes
Oops,
a diamond that costs like 300 gold, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ignore that. I meant to just.
No worries.
And for me, my most recent spell, Summon Beast, takes a 200 gold value gilded acorn. So.
Otherwise, most things
So
can
none
just kind of do.
Level 2s require anything. Apparently, Sanctuary has an M. Components: a silver mirror, a small silver mirror.
If there's no gold cost associated to it, that's what you use your holy symbol for. If you're ever separated, well, gruesome. If in some way like that tattoo was ever undone or like broken, then you would need to have
pound of flesh from the Merchant of Venice.
Yeah, exactly. Then you would need to have that specific component on you if there's nothing to channel through.
Okay, this one for M, it says holy water or powdered silver and iron for protection from evil. So there's that.
So again, there's no like listed gold cost. Otherwise, it would say like worth at least X amount of GP.
Okay, really?
So you're all set.
That's handy. Let me just check. I can check this quickly enough. It's taking me 20 seconds.
Yeah, no worries.
Small parchment. Bit of holy text. There's no gold associated with it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that holy water doesn't count as a gold value thing.
So
exactly.
Yeah, it's
the difference between mundane holy water and like divinely blessed holy water, I guess.
Yeah, the way that I see it is like it's a different amount and like different amount required. So like for the actual consumable item, holy water, like that's gonna have an actual effect if you were to use it on something. The like component holy water is just like a fraction of that.
Would you guys
that makes
feel
sense?
would you guys feel you were getting your tithing's worth if you went to church and you received a bottle labeled mundane holy water to partake in?
The
Like
mundane
that's, I don't
communion.
know. Can we step this up a little bit? Yeah. Just, anyway.
Maybe I'm
Okay.
thinking of different game systems.
Yeah. Yeah. So none of them required gold, so I'm good, including
Yeah.
the.
So you're
level
all
two,
set to
so-
go there. Dependent, like you could go try to visit like a smithy or go see if you want to do anything with items,
I mean, I would
or like
really like
weapons.
to get I mean, the great axe is aptly named. It's been pretty great so far, but I would like to get another axe if it, at some point. I think kind of due for that. But other than
Sure.
that, that's about
What
it.
kind of axe are you looking for?
Like in
The
virtually
ass
any
kicking kind.
yeah, like in almost every RPG and every like I tend to go for like the sort of what do you call it? Like just like the bulk like strength rush kind of attacking. Like that's just always been my way.
Okay.
Like like you know have power sacrificing speed, like that kind of thing. So
Sure.
I would love to have just like a really like meaty axe that just is like intimidating to even look at kind of thing, but actually
Okay.
has that will up the stats in terms of even at the expense of things like speed or dexterity.
So what you
Cool.
have now is definitely exactly that. There isn't a whole lot more. The next alternative would probably be something like a hammer, like a war hammer.
Oh yeah. So
Unless
is there a
you want-
difference between like crush damage and slash damage, like in this
There,
world? Like, is that
there is a difference between the different kinds of damage, like bludgeoning, slashing, piercing. Certain monsters, certain creatures will have resistance to
okay.
X, Y, Z types of damage. The further in we get, for sure.
Can
And
I
just
ca-
to remind me, his axe is magical, isn't it?
Ooh. So
Let me check.
with, and this is where I start to get into some weird territory. I think raw, like per rules as written, +1 weapons are inherently magical. I like thinking about them as being like masterwork weapons where they've been
Oh, you literally
sharpened.
described it. I don't know if you typed this or if it just inputted it, but it says you have +1 made with this magic weapon. So.
Yeah, that's the default.
Oh, okay.
So for the sake of this specifically and like how you got the weapon, it's not magical. It's just exquisitely well crafted. Sharpening the blade,
Never
etc.
hard to part from it. Okay. Could I? Okay, two questions. Can I carry both a hammer and a great axe?
Yeah.
Like, okay, and then could we invest in a hammer and enchant it somehow?
I would have to look into that. The answer is yes. I'm not familiar with like enchanting rules off the top of my head, but I can definitely take a look into pursuing that in the future.
Okay, could we do something where if that was possible and purchasable where we are right now, that maybe we can just kind of add that in down the line once you figured it out, or?
Yeah, I'm definitely open for that. Like we can at least pick up the Moorhammer if you want. I'll have to think about where, like what kind of system to do for the enchantments, but as we progress, we can definitely like look into that.
Okay, and how much would the hammer be?
That is a dang good question. Let me look up the
And
price.
I would only purchase it if it added at least one attack +1 to the current. Like having the additional type of damage is intriguing, but ideally I would rather, if there's a way. I mean, this great axe apparently is pretty good, so there may not be a way to top it.
Yeah. Also bear in mind, I know you want to kind of be like the two-handed ass-kicking paladin, but maybe consider getting like a one-hander just so that you can take a shield and up your armor. No.
You know what? That's just I've never. I think it's about time I finally considered that because I have that shield just sitting there. Let me just see what else. I don't have any current one-handed weapons, right? Yeah, I still have one of those javelins, by the way. Okay. How about that, Dale? That's a good idea. Why don't we invest in a good because I know his proficiency for one-handed isn't as good, if I recall.
It should be the same.
Oh, it should be the same. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's just try and find a nice as the best they got on the market, and just kind of see what we're looking at for price.
I apparently have shield proficiency too.
Oh,
All right,
so
let's
you
see
can borrow
here.
my shield if you want. It just says shield. There's like absolutely nothing.
So
remarkable about
for a, like you can like walk, you guys can like walk back and talk amongst yourselves, recommending like different like items and like armor and weapons, whatnot. To Reese, you can make your way off to one of the armories, taking a look at
Just
like
out of
all
curiosity, sorry, before you continue, like, again, this is kind of a tutorial question. Would we have potentially better luck finding better or rare items from a blacksmith specifically? Like, or is it, if we just go to the shop, is it kind of a safe bet that
So heading off to the like armor or the smithy, yeah, you would definitely probably have a better shot of finding some either like better crafted weapons, armor, etc. Or you could try like magic shops if they're around. They might have like they might have the odd weapon here and there. Or like have a way to like we were talking before going with the enchanting fruits.
Okay. Let's just see what they have, and then we'll decide if we're gonna keep looking.
Sure.
Yeah, and I do have a question about how it works too. Can you wield a shield and a dagger? Is that a thing?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I wasn't sure if like the shield would get in the way, and so therefore you couldn't or something.
Nope. Nope, not at all. If you were to have the shield and dagger, though, both of your hands would be occupied, so you need to drop or like free up a hand at least. If you were to use any spells that required the somatic component, where you needed to have to do the gestures.
Ah, okay.
Do you always have to drop weapons? Like, you could like quickly sheath it, I imagine,
So kind of goes with like action economy, where you have one free object interaction. So like you could go sheath it, sure, but then you'd have to like in some way like pull it back out for something else. But I mean, it's depending on the situation. If you were to like simply drop something to do it and then pick it back up, like it, depending on like what you want to do for like pulling out like a new weapon or something.
So dropping it could save you a bit of the action cost, maybe?
Yeah.
As opposed to like carefully putting it back in your little holder. Buckling the little. Yeah. Okay.
The exception to this seems to be ammo, where the action is actually putting the ammo into
Yeah,
the
there's no
bow.
way around that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The action
And
explicitly
using
has
it.
the act of like loading in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it comes at the cost of you can only do that once, and like that is the attack action that you have with it.
Right. Or in my case, twice.
Right.
It almost makes. I wonder if there's some Dungeons and Dragons worlds that like partialize action, like where it's like loading a bow is not so bad, but loading the crossbow is like a full-on action, or is the other one's maybe half or something?
I
could see
mean,
that.
yeah, there is the crossbows have, I believe, the loading and ammunition features. Yeah, it's a whole developed system. There are ways to like counteract that with various different feats that you can pick up to overlook some of the like some of those kinds of aspects. That's a very like well developed system in that aspect. But moving on to the shops.
Oh my god, shopping.
We can head off to the like one of the nearest smithies. Or the armor or whatever.
Oh, okay, so it's, that sounds like it's not really worth looking at whatever's here. Like, the smithy might have something better.
So, like, go into like one of the nearest shops, just popping in, seeing what you can find. You see like various different stands with weapons being displayed, and you see like some just weapons like stacked on top of each other, like clung against the walls, along with like different suits of armor or like shields adorning the wall.
Just a lot of stock stuff, I guess.
Yeah, just like full on display for folks coming in to see like what the different stock is.
Okay.
They do have a good mix of everything, really. They do have like a section that's dedicated towards their like more masterwork weapons that they put more love and care into, that seem to be a cut above the rest. They're all going for roughly like 400, 450, 500 gold.
What I'm curious about is we're also the opposite of that, but bargain bin sword.
The bargain bin. I mean, there
200
are
gold for this totally magical sword.
I mean, there is like just the barrel of daggers off like one
Barrel
side.
of daggers.
Yeah, like you can just see like the different like pointed ends.
It's the
and, like,
bargain bin. I love it.
Yeah. Like right next to it, there's like a table with like some kind of like faded and like dusty leather shirts and armors and bracers and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, I'm one of those people where like I'm like this in life too. And so I guess recent is as well, where when it comes to certain purchases, you can't be afraid to just go spend a little money, go the extra mile, literally, and go to the blacksmith and just get something good
Sure. Yeah.
when your life depends on it.
Was there anything that you were interested in picking up? Did you want to pick up one of the like masterwork weapons?
Let's take a look, and then I literally just came with the idea like if they have any healing type potions. I don't even know if that exists in here, but other than that, yeah, we'll just take a quick look and just see.
Sure.
Again, we're looking at a more efficient like one-handed thing.
Yeah, more efficient one-handed. You can find a dagger. It doesn't appear that there are any swords. There aren't any axes. Any like just more traditional weapons that would have been crafted. You get a couple of daggers that you see like have more of the attention to care and detail.
Yep, no, this isn't my kind of store. That almost sounds like something like a noble would purchase, a nice fancy dagger. Like,
Sure.
Nah, not for me. Yeah, we'll go to as long as everyone's okay. Like, as long as we're okay time-wise, however long it takes to get there, I'll go to the blacksmith. If it's too far away, we can just keep going.
Sure. It's in roughly the same range, or like the same general area. You don't see anything. You would see this a very similar selection of stock. The prices might differ, like this being the direct source of where it's made.
Oh, okay, wait. Sorry, hold on. Did you say we're going to a cave right now? And there's
going off to like a cliffside to explore some ruins.
Ruins, yeah. Maybe I might just hold out on this. It was just an idea because I know we're looking for like things for this art guy, but who knows? We might find, or I could grab a weapon, because one-handed weapons are pretty common. Like maybe I could just grab it from either someone we're fighting, or we may come across something even better than any of this. So yeah, let's just keep going.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
You can like just
good
browse
to me.
over the wares, take a stock of at least what they have, and like get an idea in your minds. But
Exactly.
nothing just really interests you, and you all can make your way out. And the blacksmith just kind of looks like you enter, you take a look around, and just leave, and he looks kind of rejected as you head off. And you hear like the pounding of his hammer just like stop, and it is now beginning to get rather late as you've been walking all the various different blocks of the city. And the like sun's beginning to set, but moon's starting to pull overhead, and you get like the various different like the ambers and the purples and the pinks off in the sky behind the
Gale
clouds.
Kind of muses to himself, wondering if all alchemists' assistants are this jittery.
I'm looking at my inventory and I have one more +1 dagger than I remember having. I'm just confused about it.
Oh, I think I added all the plus ones correctly. So,
Yeah.
it's a dagger. It's whatever.
It's a tagger, whatever. That's a good quote for. Gotta write that down as a quote for the campaign. That's just a general good
quotable
truth
quote.
in
Yeah,
D&D
I
lore.
remember
It's a
having
tagger,
3
whatever.
+1 daggers, and apparently I have 4. So
Oh, wow. Do you throw daggers at all, or?
I thought about it, but it hasn't actually happened yet.
It is certainly possible.
Once you have that many, it kind of gets into that
You just
realm.
load a slingshot with it.
Sure. Yeah, why don't more people do that? Probably doesn't stay straight.
All right, well, you all can, seeing that it's getting later at night, you can make your way over to where you've been told that the guild hall is. And you make your way off to the center of town, really. There's just like a row of various different buildings that are like all just kind of connected to each other. And like right smack dab in the middle is the guild hall. Looks similar to the guild hall back in Abbey Brook. You've got like a study off to the left. You've got like an eating area off to the right. And like an immediate wall about like 15 feet down from the entrance where the desk clerk sits behind a counter. You're gonna see the same kind of...
There aren't any like horse and cart protests, are there? Have you heard about the trucker convoy in Ottawa?
Oh god.
There are no
yeah, I'm in
horse
Ottawa
and
right
cart.
now, so I'm dealing with that.
Oh
first thing.
no. I thought you were
Yeah.
still in like the GTA.
No, I'm in Ottawa. I love it, but boy, it's been brutal.
I'm sure it's been
So yeah,
something.
Dale, you could have implemented a horse and cart convoy protest.
I'm getting ideas.
I know. Terrible. Anyway.
Maybe you can make your way in. It's probably around like 7 o'clock now. And there isn't a whole lot of traffic inside. You see a couple folks off just like sitting in a couple of the like big recliners in the left-hand study. And you see that off to the right in the like eating area, no one is present. All the tables have been just kind of like wiped off for the night. And no like tableware is set. You do see a pink-haired half-elf on the like the younger side, roughly around like 23, 24, mid-20s. Just big circular glasses that she constantly pushes up as they just droop down her nose and just goes like sniffling every couple seconds, just writing down. And looks up. Oh, yes. Hello. Welcome to the guild hall over in Grimsooth. What is your business today?
We came from Abbey Brook. I heard you would have been told about us.
Oh,
I guess
yes.
we kind of show our badges or whatever identification we have.
It would have been whatever you chose for the guild seal, whether it was the bracelet, the necklace. She'll take a look at all of it. Yes, you're the party with Drez from what I've heard. We have rooms set up for all of you. Thorn sent word of your arrival. We heard that you were supposed to be coming in today. We also do have this for you as well. She'll produce a bag from behind the counter. This is from... I need to look up his name again. This is from Bramir of Pride Oak for your services. This is for the all of you. You can begin to look into it. It's about 100 gold in the bag.
Okay.
So feel free to use our services as much as you like. We do have the post board off to the right here. Motions off to the left area next to the study. We have the common room upstairs, mess hall to the back. Whatever you need to do. Do be careful not to disturb any of our local members. They are a bit rowdy at night, especially for newcomers. Just be careful.
And before we go, I gesture to Locke. Do you have any place for good boys like him?
Oh, off to the side, back around. If you lead him all the way through the back door, it'll lead you out to our back housing area for pets and animals.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think I'll come with.
Sure.
Reset.
And out of the game, real quick, I'm assuming we're all splitting the 100 gold 4 ways, so we get
Yeah, so I guess
25
it's
gold each.
25 each. Yep.
Sure. Cool.
And I'll just put that in roll 20 for now.
Sure.
Sorry, sounded like you wanted to say something.
So you all
Reese just kind of walks past closer to Rayleigh and just kind of says, I'd keep an eye on the wolf every so often during your sleep tonight if I were you. I got a bad feeling when she said they don't like guests. Sounds like they don't like anything that isn't the norm for them. That's what my gut's telling me.
I'm pretty sure your ring should come in handy now.
Yeah. Yeah, if it goes anywhere, I'll know.
Yeah, I just don't want anyone to go near it. Like, oh, what's a wolf doing here? Can I inquire to the innkeeper there and just say, like, is there anything in particular they don't that the common guests don't like? Just so we know.
it's just that
Are we talking about hazing here?
essentially, yeah.
Yeah, my gut just triggered when I heard that. Yeah, so what was she gonna say? Just what?
It's just the existing guild members. They are playful in their own way of sorts.
Playful, okay. So
I'll
not
leave it at that.
hateful, just kind of more like a rites of passage kind of thing.
You could say that, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right. With that, she'll put you off, heading back down to her stack of paper. She'll oftentimes just every 10 minutes or so, once she finishes a document, she's gonna just roll back up, prepare it for the next day, stack up to the side, put it in a drawer. Give it a yawn, stretch, and continue her job. You all can make your way back up to the upstairs, find a free room. Some of them do have multiple beds in the room. Sometimes you get a double or a triple room. If you wanted to all have your own room, bunk with someone else, whichever you prefer.
Well, I mean, just as long as it can be either private or, when I say private, between the 3/4 of us. Because I'm not sure I'd be totally comfortable sharing a room after that revelation. Meaning share a room with people we don't know, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Looking over the rooms, you see that there are rooms that have a different plaques and tags on them, denoting the different guild members' names and who's staying which rooms. And there are some that just have nothing, and it's just the bared door. You get the sense these are just unclaimed rooms that no one would really be going into or anything.
Okay, well then I'll just have my own.
Sure.
Yeah, if there's a free room, I'll take it.
And I guess, if there's a position of a room that's somewhat near the outside where Locke is, that would be fine.
Yeah, you can easily go down the corner. And it's one of the rooms on the back far wall overlooking where the backyard is. And
yeah,
there's a nice enough window. You can just get a nice little look of where all the the dog houses and just animal fences and pens would be.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, were there any interesting animals that I could have looked at in this stable?
There are not. There are like larger cats, I suppose. Um,
Sorry, I'm just gonna ask anytime there's like a menagerie.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's a mix of dogs. You see some like very just like rougher wolf-like looking dogs, but not quite wolves. You have Locke. There are some like larger cats. Um, and like taking a look over, you think like they could maybe like take the place of a dog-like companion. But nothing that looks exotic or like out of place or out of the ordinary.
Okay.
No birds that go quack.
No birds that go quack.
Quack.
No. So all can bunk up for the night, rest however you'd like to, and waken fresh for the morning.
Sleep, sleep.
Sure. Is there anything that you would like to do in the few hours before you rest? Like,
Not really.
okay.
Nope.
I just kind of want to get the mission done and over with, hopefully.
All right, fantastic. So, you all can, yeah, spend your night taking it easy, just relaxing, preparing for the big day tomorrow. You know, they gotta wake up early in the morning. As you wake up from sleep, it's roughly around 7 o'clock, 7:30, and you just hear a wild ruckus of like feet running down through the floors, through the hallways. You just hear like bumbling up against like different walls, and as if like people are shoving each other into the wall, like back and forth.
Oh god, this is a frat house.
After about 10 minutes or so, it starts to quiet down, and you hear like all the thumping of feet like going down the stairs at the end of the hallway. Opening your doors, you see that it is now bare. A couple of the like doorways that were closed last night are open, and peering into some of the rooms. More often than not, they look to be quite a mess. Various different just items, books, clothes, armor, what have it, just strewn about, laying on the ground, on dressers, on tables, on beds. None of the beds are like made up. It is a mess.
Wait, the whole place, the rooms that we were given is a real mess.
So like,
However, people's rooms are.
Oh,
yeah, from the like the room, like as you make your way down the like into the hall, like peering into like some of the other rooms, like you just see
is it
that
just
they're
because
in.
they're like there's party animals?
You could get that feeling.
Maybe
I guess
Reese
maybe-
turns to Gale and says, "Maybe if we have any energy left in us tonight, we should try and socialize and at least get on their good side as much as we can."
Actually, I kind of would like to maybe do the opposite.
I mean, we'll probably be in ruins for who knows how long today, so.
What time is it currently, Dale?
Early in the morning, roughly around like 7 o'clock, 7:30.
Oh, it's early. Oh, wait. So we've already slept the night.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
shoot.
Basically, what I want to do is see if the mess hall is like if we have enough time to eat. But if it is a complete zoo, I think we should just eat somewhere else.
Oh yeah. No, sorry. I thought we were still. I thought this was the night before, and we were just. Yeah, I've missed that.
Like
So
full
that-
people leave.
So that would have been the time to try the socializing was the night before, but no, it's too late now. Yeah, so let's if we need to eat somewhere else, that's totally cool.
Sure. You can make your way down the hall, and like coming down through like the back stairway leading down to the mess hall. You see a couple of the folks are like sitting down at this like long like 24 seat like stretched out table. There isn't much of a ruckus inside the dining area, as like what you heard, like right outside the hall. You see a couple of like cooks and servers, like preparing food and just like getting the morning started. But it does seem on the quiet side. You just hear like the sizzle and like a bit of a murmur between the actual folks sitting down at the table. So you're gonna make your way over to the table and sit down, order whatever you would like, whatever like traditional breakfast you'd like to have for the day.
Just regular breakfast fare, and maybe grab a table as far away from other people as possible.
So like this
A
is
few
like,
extra sausages for the good boy.
Yes.
so this is like one all like big like stretched dining table. That's just like 24 seats on like both sides. Really, you can go to like one of the far seats away from where the other members are. Just consume your food, take it easy. It's not the best food you've ever had, but it's like diner quality where it's good enough to get you by. Kind of leaves you wanting more, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't exactly fully expecting the Ritz, but like,
Yep. So roughly,
Anyway.
20 minutes, 30 minutes, you all can finish up the food that you're all chowing down on and make your way outside the guild hall doors. There's a bit of like a misty air around you. You get this kind of like just feeling of dampness as you walk outside. You see like it's kind of overcast, like one half the sky off to the south is overcast, and everything else is beginning to get that like clear blue sky, no sun, but you still get like a whole lot of light shining all around. You can see that most of the shops haven't really started up business yet. You don't see a whole lot of folks out on the street. You hear like some of the plop of like hooves beating against the stone roads, and like the rickety wheels of carts rolling down. But otherwise, it seems
Okay.
kind of early for the day.
okay. Like, would Gale know if this is just kind of normal weather for the area, or is this like extremely unusual? And would I have to make a check for that?
No, it definitely seems normal. Just like early in the
Okay.
day before like noon starts to just set up, and you feel the warmth of the sun coming out.
Okay. Then I guess we'll meet up with Dresmorlin.
Sure. You all can make your way back towards the stable, unless there's anything else you want to do beforehand.
Toga party. Woo! No.
Feed lock the sausages.
Yeah, you can like
Give
head off to the
sausage
back
to the good
and,
boy.
and retrieve lock. That's not a problem at all. You can like smuggle out a few in your hand, just like carry it like inside of your like sleeve. And it's like you're starting to like get lock out of the doghouse, and he just like laps it up handily.
Give
Oh.
pets.
All right, well, y'all can make your way back on down through the city streets. It's gonna take roughly an hour to walk on down. You approach the stables around 8:30, 8:45, just before 9. Drez is out in the like main common room of the tavern connected to the stables. Peering in, you see that he's just like sitting down. He's got the same kind of get up on, that of like the beige like collared shirt and like shorts of like an archaeologist or something close, just like brushing off some of the dust and chowing down on his food. He sees you all rolling on in. He just yes, good morning. Glad to see that you all are prompt. I was actually a bit Surprised, thought we had a bit more time for once.
So it wasn't giving me an issue getting on Discord on my computer before. I don't know what the issue is, but now it's how do I explain it? It's taking me to like a separate page, and here, why don't I like show you the page? Or wait, hang on. Okay, hey Sandy. Trying. Okay. So it's like those times where you're having an issue with something and you say, "Oh, let me get the manager to help," and then you go get the manager and there's no issue and the manager does it. It's like that.
Yeah, that all happens. All right, well,
Oh, wait, I got something coming. Am I off base with that?
sure.
Never mind. So what are we up to now?
Oh, good lord. Um,
We did
So-
some shopping.
Yeah, we just did some shopping, exploring around town. We just rested at the guild for the night, and we are just meeting up with Drez to head off to the ruins.
So was Hull reunited with parents yet or no?
Yep, that was the first thing that we did.
What was the reaction? The same as Sunny's parents and all?
Very similar, yeah.
Yeah.
A bit more
Okay.
like an older man came out and was just like very kind of soft spoken. One could say direct, perhaps. Was like very thankful to Reese for coming back with the rest of the party and delivering off Hull.
Okay, I get you. Alright, so
You got
Mm.
25 gold for it too.
25 gold. Alright, for each of us then. So that's what?
No, it's 100 gold split,
Oh,
split
for
for
each.
4.
Okay.
Yep, for everyone. And I already added that for you.
You already added it. Okay. Cool.
All right. So yeah, with that, Drez will start to finish his meal, and he can like lead you out towards the entrance of the tavern, and approach the sides where the cart had been held for the night.
I'm
And-
gonna tell you. Sorry. Go ahead. My thing I was gonna tell you is important, but go ahead and finish your sentence.
And he's going to motion off to the dwarf companion that had taken him all there to get up on top of the cart, and that you're all ready to go. He's just gonna silently wave off to you and get inside.
Sounds about right. So, the issue that I'm having, and I have had this issue ever since we started using, God, I know it's D&D Beyond, but I'm gonna keep saying something about Roll20 in the title. But anyway, ever since we started using D&D Beyond, considering I technically have 2 characters, I think it gets confused because it always wants me to select Fog rather than Sev, and I don't know if this is something you can see on your end, but it makes it so that I just straight up cannot select Sev, whereas it would let me select Fog. And I don't know if there's a way to bypass that or what the deal is, but like it used to do that even when I was just trying to select Sev's page to edit her inventory or whatever. And
You should just be able to go to my
think that
characters and select them individually.
my characters,
Mm-hmm.
just my campaigns, or
Sure.
okay, my campaign.
Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure what you see because I don't see the exact same thing.
I mean,
So.
okay, let's see. Just create a campaign. Do I need to subscribe or something like that? Like, does that
Nope.
have okay?
Has no
'cause
bearing.
Okay. Now I'm just.
I feel like this is something we should probably take care of in a little bit. I don't think it's gonna have any like bearing tonight. It'll be okay. So if you can't like get through either, I don't know why it's forcing that on you. That's something that's
View
beyond
champion.
me.
Here we go. Tab. I might have fixed it. Maybe let's not be too optimistic. Ah, okay, I got it. All right, good shit. We'll go over all the weird little details later, but I just wanted to make sure in case, like, I don't know, in case Sev wants to check insight on a thing or whatever. But yeah, we're good.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, we're all set to go. If you'd like to all climb into the cart and head on your merry way.
Here we go.
All right, I'm gonna take that as a yes. So all of you can head off into the carts. Again, it's the same kind of like just gold carriage that you came in before. And you start to hear the clop, clop, clop of the horse's hooves beat against the stone as you make your way outside the city, following the road through the surrounding woods.
In game, I would like to make sure that Locke stays away from Dress because I feel like he wouldn't like Locke.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, Locke can easily enough like follow outside, like towards like the back of the carts, as you all are just like stay inside the main carriage.
Put him in the corner with me, rather than like on whatever, like sit as far away as possible.
Okay, sure. So you can be like the last one in, taking like the last seats, and Drez is off by the by one of the windows on the far side, away from the door. And I mean, he'll like eye Locke every now and then before like directing his attention off to the window, and then like look back over, just back off, and like try to like just fidget around a little. Yeah, it's a rather quiet ride down to the ruins. Does take a good few hours to probably arrive around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
You do have that summon beast. Oh.
So yeah, you all can just bide your time, talk amongst yourselves, figure out what kind of ruins might be waiting for you.
There are a couple of questions that I would have asked you back in town that I can ask you about later, I guess.
Sure. Yep, that's what I figured. I guess, I mean,
I know he doesn't know what to expect, but like, does he kind of know like what sort of civilization we're looking at? Because like, I don't think we're going in completely blind.
Yeah, I'd expect he'd have some kind of idea based on like the outside.
Yeah, if he wants to like make any sort of description and I can roll history, for example.
So you all can ask him about like what all should we expect? What are we going to see? What do you know about the area? Just respond. Well, we don't really know much. There appears to be some sort of accident in a cliffside. And looking through the foliage, through the vines that hang over, there appears to be a cavern within.
Alright,
It's-
that's more of an insight check on my end, but if I can roll it, I would like to, please.
Sure, go ahead.
9. Alright, so that's a 12 for me. Yeah, mine didn't seem to like do anything on roll 20. I don't know if that's the intended like what we're supposed to be
Well,
seeing from now on without roll 20, but
you have to have both open.
Okay.
And you have to have beyond 20.
Yeah, I've got
the
that sorted.
extension.
Yeah, I got that sorted a little bit earlier
could've
today.
sworn I could have sworn I had. I mean, is it okay that I rolled that 12 without roll 20 open?
Sure, but I mean, I would like to see the
I
rolls.
know. I'm. Oh, can you not see it? All right. Okay. Sorry, I genuinely don't know a goddamn thing about any of this, so I assumed that you could see like anything that happened. I mean, regardless, I will roll again on roll 20 just to be safe.
I mean, it's
Okay, and
fine.
I'm gonna try and roll insight on there too, just to see if it works, because I haven't tested rolling.
Sure. With a 12, with a 14, he doesn't seem particularly like disturbed.
Hang on. I'm sorry, my earphone got yanked out of my ear. With a 20, what did you say after that?
With a 12 and with a 14,
Or with a 12? Yeah.
you don't feel that he's disturbed. There's no indication that like he's concerned or that he has any intention of watching his words wisely. You get the feeling that, yeah, as far as he knows, there was just some sort of accident in the cliffside that they had like happened upon one day.
Okay. Yeah.
And accident as in something that actually opened it up so that it was visible?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I thought it was weird that the ruins itself were referred to as an accident. That makes more sense.
Yeah, he's referring.
Yeah, that was another.
He's referring to
Sorry,
like
go ahead.
the entry of the the hole that presented the cavern, as like
I mean,
having
Serendipitous almost.
yeah, just like the coincidence of it being there.
I mean, yeah, but still, the word accident has certain implications, and no, I'm definitely with Rayleigh on that one. Like, even if it can logically be explained to be, an innocent sort of thing, the choice of words was definitely like something to be noticed. You get me?
Yep. Yeah. Sure.
So
Definitely.
yeah.
All
right.
Yeah, he'll continue on saying that the my partners who are down there at the moment haven't really happened upon any sort of semblance of what is really inside. Last I was aware, there was a metal door of sorts that remained closed.
Metal
Uh,
door.
Yes, a metal door.
I must ask something though. Thanks to my background and everything, am I to assume that this metal door keeping the corpses where they are is for the safety of the living should the corpses run amok?
I think it is a bit dire, perhaps a bit macabre to think there are corpses behind the door, but perhaps.
Insight. Alright, how do I roll so that it shows up on Roll20 again?
Just have both open.
Just have both open, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that, I mean, because I see the 19 on D&D Beyond, but I don't see it on Roll20 unless.
It might be a problem with the extension because, like, it's working for me.
Did you see it, babe?
Nope,
Like,
I saw
in-
nothing.
Set it for Firefox and Google Chrome if that.
Yeah, so I mean, we
I'm
got it
using-
done earlier today. It was going through earlier today, so I'm not sure what the issue is.
I mean, do you want me to like video chat or something to prove that
No,
the
no,
rolls are
it's fine. I'll just have
okay?
it open separate for now.
I mean,
So
and you can obviously check on my end what all the rolls were later if you need to.
so
We'll figure it out later. Anyway.
so with the 19, I mean, you figure this guy has no idea what is inside. It is as far as you can tell, he's telling the truth that there is like no discovery or clue about what the doors might hold or hide.
So like he essentially, from what I can tell, he doesn't know shit about like reanimated corpses and stuff.
Especially not pertaining to this ruin.
These
No idea.
guys.
And I ask, is there any kind of obvious, or well, maybe not obvious, either magical or mechanical locking mechanism that is sealing the door, or is it just a big metal door?
Well, it is just a rather large, black metal door. It does feel hot to the touch, I've heard. Most of our researchers who had tried to open it had to have their hands attended to after. But those who
Yikes.
held on, they weren't able to get it to budge in the slightest.
That's weird. And no smoke or anything in the area leaking from the door, like it's just hot.
Just caught. There is no heat, like heat coming off of the door. No smoke inside the caverns.
No known seismic activity?
None that we're aware of. No.
Unfortunately, I do better with getting locks open than I do with closed.
See,
Hmm.
now that is something that troubles me, speaking of locks.
Hmm.
The door doesn't appear to have any.
Hmm.
It doesn't
Something
have to.
tells me this might be some sort of enchantment then.
Yeah, our
I mean, the
even
door being incredibly hot already gives me the sense that something magical is going on.
Well, yeah, I
Um,
mean, plus we ruled out other things.
you
Actually, he
see,
said the door wasn't hot, but it does burn people. Did I
you
get that right?
see, for a door to be enchanted by arcane lock, it needn't feel anything but, for example, this unpleasant to touch. There need not be any additional knobs or locks or anything.
You gotta be
It
dealing with something more powerful than.
It would
So,
be a knock spell, which unfortunately I'm not good with.
so as far as I've been made aware, there is no heat emanating from this metal door. It is hot to the touch. There is no lock on the door.
Well, there is just an arcane one,
Uh,
not a physical lock, if that's what you mean.
perhaps there could be something that we couldn't outright see.
Yeah.
Sounds like quite the puzzle.
Indeed.
Dale puzzle.
However, there is also some writing
Huh?
over the top of the door. We've not been able to decipher.
If we could decipher. See, sometimes the arcane locks people leave will have a passcode, and oftentimes the passcode can be easily deciphered from whatever hint is left behind. Not the smartest idea if I were to be, writing arcane locks myself, as I do, but I certainly wouldn't be. Alright. So, apologies, dear friend. Could you please tell what the inscription is?
We haven't been able to decipher it. Currently, I have a team that is out at the site that would be visiting. Perhaps they've gleaned a bit more information since I've been out trying to contact a team to assist us. That this is why I consider this an urgent matter, and I was a bit disappointed over our initial meeting. Again, apologies. I hope you understand the urgency of our plight.
Can take whatever we can get, honestly. Point us in the direction of said other team, yes, please.
Yeah, I think that at this point we probably can't gather much more than just to pass the time and arrive there.
Sure. You all can question everything that's going on as the carriage continues off, and it's about a day's travel. Well, yeah, roughly about like day's travel, about 8 hours ride out. And you all begin to make your way through a bit of a forest, and you can see like overlooming various different like a mountainside off in the distance to the north. And the cart begins to make its way through some of the trees in the brush. After about 15, 20 or so minutes of just careful, slow travel, you make your way to a cliffside. And you see, stretching about 100 feet down or so, like a small like overhang. And on the like close to the right side, about 30 or so feet away from the edge, where it starts to like meld back into the ground, you see like just like an overhang of ivy and vines falling off the side of the cliff, where what appears to be like some sort of explosion, some sort of like just like crack in the cliff has shattered, and Drez will take you out of the like signal to the driver to stop outside the window, and you hear just the horse begins to like neigh. Cart stops. He'll get up quickly. I lock and open the door and scurry on out. Clear his throat.
Wait,
And-
the dress is clear, Ian clear his throat, or the horse?
Drez gets out, like scurrying past where
Okay.
Locke is inside the cart, inside the carriage, and
Okay.
just clears his throat and announces, "We have arrived. It's through that overhang there."
I give Locke a friendly pat.
Yeah, Locke deserves a pat. So after Gale is done, I'm gonna give him some too. Free action, give Locke pets.
Okay, since I am having trouble finding spot, could someone like indicate on the map where I'm supposed to be looking?
I have a yellow ring around where the general location is right now.
I don't
It's off to the side of some mountains. Don't really need to like. Well, there's nothing visual to indicate like what's going on at the moment. I don't have anything specific for this.
I just want to be along with the rest of the party is all.
Got you. Yeah, I got you. There's just I don't have anything specific prepared for this. Is all.
Is it over by the oh god, I need new glasses. Artnac, the Wildlands Mountains?
It is just left to
Next to
Grimsooth.
Grimsooth.
It's
Grimsooth.
left from there.
Yes, it is
Okay.
the yellow ring.
The yellow ring. Okay.
Hmm.
That's probably good. I really need an eye doctor appointment because my glasses are not great. But anyway, we get out of the cart.
Yeah, so you all can get out of the cart. Make your way through the ivy and just like shove it aside. And as you make your way into the caverns, it stretches out about 20 feet by 10 feet, 20 feet wide, about down 10 feet. You see stalagmites coming from like jutting from the ceiling. No, stalactites? Mites?
Yeah, I was
around.
about to say,
The stalactites are like jutting out from the ceilings.
Pointy rocks.
Yeah,
the pointy rocks are
I
coming
lo-
from both
I-
the
I-
ground and the ceiling.
yeah, that one. And there's this like constant just like drip of water
Of course
as it
there
just like hits the like dry cave
There's
ground.
always a drip from the pointy ceiling floor rocks.
There are spread throughout. There are couple of different stations that are set up, and you see 4 of the researchers that Drez was referring to. All human. They've got the same kind of like archaeologist gear on, the same kind of like beige, button-up collared shirt, and the shorts.
Archaeologists are known to wear.
They have they're all at these different stations, just like brushing off some some of the rocks and like bringing it over to like a kit and like looking at it through a like specific lens, just trying to see what all's going on. One hears you all like approach through the entryway. He'll
It's like Indiana Jones if he weren't a movie star.
He'll just get up and stretch his back. Oh, yes, I see that you are finally here. I see that Drez has gotten us some experts.
Gale kind of tenses up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of like awkward, like, oh, didn't know you were expected, but cheers for the welcome, mates. And same to you, I suppose.
We understand that there's a text that is inscribed somewhere. Do you have a transcription of it?
Well, I mean, we can just make our way over to the door itself. We call it the black. Well, you see here, up at the very top. I was gonna point over to the door leading you down to it. It just seems that there are some markings engraved inside, or on the top of the door. We've never seen anything like this before.
Do the markings look familiar to any of us? Check time.
What languages do y'all speak?
I don't know what kind of check.
Let's see. Common, Druidic, Elvish, and Sylvan. I am going to take a stab in the dark and say it's probably none of those things.
It is none of those things.
I am common, undercommon, elvish, celestial, and infernal.
And I've got goblin. I've got elvish. Where is it? Where am I? I seem to be lost.
You know what?
What's up, Trinity? Welcome.
We're all
There it
lost
is.
right now.
Dwarvish, elvish, goblin, and common. And Locke can speak wolf, so if it happens to be written in wolf,
Yeah, that's fair. You always gotta put wolf. I'd say for your languages, you should put wolf with like a little asterisk next to it that just says like, as long as you are with Locke as your companion, you can understand via him.
That is, I mean, yeah, that
Also-
is
And in the
true.
off chance if it happens to be Goblin, I know Reese can read that.
Yes.
yeah, so can I.
and The other, speaking of, excuse me, if it's not any of the languages, and the way Dale is speaking of it sounds like infernal is a strong possibility. If none of us are able to understand it, it is indeed possible for me to ask Amal. Although I don't know what other than infernal he would know, but still, creativity.
So-
Anyway.
Oh gosh.
Shit.
Gosh. Oh
we're
wow.
being actual
Weird.
today, sorry.
So Sev, you recognize what this script is.
It's infernal, ain't it?
It is in Celestial.
Oh, oh, wow, okay. I honestly never thought I would use Celestial, but I'm glad that I learned it.
Yeah,
Alright,
off your
it's in
time of being at the
Celestial.
academy.
Yeah. So what's
y-
it say?
You realize
Or-
that some of it is crumbled, and like the
Yeah.
entire line isn't all intact or like all able to be easily read. But
Again,
you
I can ask them all to help if need be.
get the general idea that those tainted by human ancestry are not allowed access
Okay, so therefore...
for their protection.
So...
No, not me. But Locke can open the door.
Now, here's my question. So elves have Fey ancestry, I don't know, considering I'm not a half elf, would I be considered any sort of human ancestry?
That is a question. Do you think that your family would have ever
Think
made
how
it
far
with
back that might be
humans?
if we're talking about like primordial beings.
I'll say,
Right.
It's okay.
I'll say at this point,
Locke can
like,
do it. He's the goodest boy.
if you're not like direct human or offspring of human, like half elf, etc., you'll get the general idea that you'll be fine.
Okay, so basically, only me and Jimprax. I mean, and yes, technically Locke. But for one thing, Jimprax is not here, and Locke is a wolf dog. I'm continuing to add dog into his title
I hope you're
because
doing
he's
well, dude.
becoming more and more friendly and domesticated.
It is a pleasure seeing you around,
So,
Trinity.
considering I am like the best suited to open door, and Dress Merlin is half elf, yeah.
Yes, he is a half elf. That is correct.
All right, so it has got to be me. So god damn it! I keep sitting on the cord for my earphones, and then it pulls them out.
Yeah, it's
All
either
right.
gotta be you or we've gotta have a training montage to teach Locke to open doors.
Yeah.
Play the 80s music.
I mean, yeah. We are a very creative team, and we could have figured out a way to do it, but like the fact that like we have a full drow with no human ancestry just hanging around, I think I am well up to the task.
Yep. So
Anyway,
you can, like, reading through the inscriptions, like just mumbling over to yourself. You
Yeah.
just, without a second thought, begin to walk up to the door. And it doesn't have like a handle, like a doorknob.
doesn't
It has like one of those like slats, kind of like a car door, right? Like you like lift your hand under, and it's got like a little slat that you just pull. So you just like slip around,
one
like
of those. Okay,
pull the door open,
got you.
and as you try to like pull back your hand, it's firm. It is tough. It is tight, and the second that your fingers touch the metal, the sensation, this tingle of heat just runs all the way through your arm. And as like you give you the first tug, it just like kind of just goes in time and like pings. You try again. You don't feel any direct pain from it. Give it a third tug. And you hear a little shift of stone on the cavern ground. As you manage to get the door open, a good like 6 or so inches. Just like try with all your mights, all your noodle arm mights. Takes a couple more
Yes, I
seconds.
kinda
My
look.
arms are noodle arms, no matter how elfy they are.
I guess I kind of look incredulously at both the door, Sev, and the survey team. Like, what did it say?
So I should probably mention that says it could only be opened by someone with non-human ancestry, and clearly I fit the bill for that, unlike most of the rest of us here. So I went for it. However, as we are all aware, I am not the strongest person around, and it's a bit more difficult for me.
Oh, I see. So Locke could have done it. That's right. You're such a good boy, petting Locke.
And
I suppose I could have experimented with something if I could transform into something with digits, but I don't know if it would have worked.
I don't know that would necessarily fool such a device. I don't know that the device would be fooled by magic. However, perhaps some sort of, I don't know, strengthening potion to just make me stronger. Or, we could have had Jimprax do it had he been around. But regardless, we seem to have sprung this open.
Yeah, and as you like pull back and you're discussing what the inscription says, all of the researchers in the area just like look up from their stations towards you and let them like peer over where the stalactites are, and all of their
And-
mouths are just dropped, jaws agape, and the
So
ones
I'm
right
gonna-
next to you is just like looking in awe.
So I'm gonna look at all of them looking in awe and be like, so, perhaps this will change your opinion of the abilities of women.
I don't think it's a gender thing. It literally
yeah, we
is a
haven't heard
race
the
thing.
composition of your team yet.
The researchers are gonna look around a bit confused at each other, just like mouth, and just start giving you like a small applause. The one who guided you over is going to, yes, perhaps, well, uh, whatever it was, you were certainly able to open the door, at least, this is where we leave it up to you, the experts, of course. Let us know what you find inside. And remember, do not destroy the valuables. Do not destroy any sort of artifacts one might find. We do need to take them, recover them for the museum, for the exhibits. Anything like this is going to be monumental. We cannot risk any sort of destruction.
Oh, you certainly don't have to worry about that from our side. But do thank you for the opportunity to to get some recognition, I suppose, to gain respect and whatnot. But you lot have a good time now, and don't forget to spread the word of who was successful here. The name is Severana Indoril, and don't let anyone forget it.
You hear
So,
a
if
little
you
bit
want-
like a clap as the researchers in the back take note of the name.
Do a nice bow.
Though, if you want them to tell your tale, it might be helpful if you told them what language it was too.
And also, it might be useful for them to not only know that, but see if they can find people who can read it
Wait,
outside of, like, us.
what language were they speaking? I don't remember. That may have been something I missed. What language were they speaking?
We mean the
Common?
inscription on the door.
Oh, the inscription. Okay. I suppose I should catch them on their way out. Oh, and just one more thing. Let it be known that the inscription on the door was in Celestial. Just in case that ends up becoming important.
Sure. I can
Have a good day now.
tap the guide who is with you. They'll begin to just write down some notes about what it said, about what language it is, and thank you and
Yeah.
wish you luck on your journey. And we all can make our way down past the door. It is immediate darkness just past the door. Some of the torches by the stands kind of like flicker in, and you see what appears to be like stone bricks just past the doors, as like forming the walls inside, and the torchlight begins to get lost down some stairs as the corridor continues on. You all can strike up torches if you need. Those of you with dark vision can just see straight through, as dim as it might be. And you
I will
eventually
take a torch.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think our party right now, Gale is the only one who needs a torch.
Sure. Or you could use like the firefly light that
Dancing lights.
you got from the mines.
Yeah, or the drift globe if we end up really needing it.
Or the drift globe. Yeah, a lot of different ways to have light.
Yeah, nice thing about dancing lights is it's like unlimited and doesn't like tire me out or anything. And unlimited supply.
Well, you make your way down along the stone corridors, down the stairs. You ascend down the smooth stone corridor for what feels like an eternity. Once you're greeted by an open room. To your left and to your right are torches.
Boy, we love these.
Perched in the hands of what appear to be stone statues in the shape of soldiers wearing a foreign armor design. Doesn't look like anything that you would have seen worn by guards, worn by, or made by any of the smithies of the local area. You see
All right.
entryways.
I'll take a sketch of it.
Sure. Yeah, you can like mark down any sort of like the ornamentation and the like general design. Sure. I do see entryways off to your left and right. And before you is a stairway that leads to a room about 5 feet upwards. An intense heat overtakes your body, and the musty smell of sunken earth pervades the air. As you make your way down to the center of the foyer, greeted by a stone statue that is somewhat shares a resemblance with what you could assume to be a long-lost ancestor of Cyndrus. What appears to be some sort of lizardkin with like a fin down its back, very like well-crafted scales along its body.
I'll also sketch that and make note of the description just to give something to the archaeologists and
I'm
Sure.
going to immediately touch the Cyndrus statue and cast Identify.
Okay. It is a statue. It is cold to the... No, not cold to the touch. It feels neutral to the touch. A little bit odd considering like how warm the air is. Like looking around, you can see that there are various different channels that are like funnel lava through the room. As like you step over to try to cast Identify, you feel that this is nothing magical. This is just a well-crafted statue.
All right. Well, I would like to try to do Identify on, like, okay, so when talking about the other statues, you said they had keys on them?
There are statues to the left and right of the stone statue.
One and this one. Right?
To the left and right of the torches.
Those two.
In the immediate entryway. That are like carved in the shape of...
Use yours doors to point them out with the circles?
To the left and the right of the
Okay.
lizard statue.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
they're just shaped like soldiers that are like carrying the torches.
They have torches.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, what about these?
Just pillars with different like sconces
Pillars.
that the torches are secured in.
Okay. I would like to then cast Identify on first the left statue with the key, and then see where that goes.
There is no key.
I
But-
could have sworn you said that each of these statues had a key.
Nope, they're just carrying the torches.
Okay, it's just torches.
And taking a look at them, like, I would say after having used Identify on the lizard statue, you'd get the feel that these are just normal statues that would not need to be identified.
So one would think. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go up the stairs or forward or whatever. I'm gonna move myself like there, I guess. And try to identify. I mean, I want to identify the statue with the torch sconce, but I also want to identify like whatever that is, like the engraving, the carving, or whatever that is. I just want to see what's going on with that.
Sure. Definitely can do. What do the rest of you all do?
I
Dale
guess
is terrified to touch anything, seeing as how he feels his presence
Ooh.
here is probably an affront to whoever made this place. So he's just gonna look around and try not to touch anything.
I will
Yeah,
say, you
I'm gonna go
casting-
around and check and see if there's anything that looks dangerous or anything too, and
I
not much
will
more than
say,
that.
Gale doing detect magic with Sev doing identify would be a great teamwork thing, and that way you don't have to touch anything. I'm the only one touching things.
Okay.
That
Maybe
way, like, you know, if you can find like a thing that I haven't thought to cast identify on yet, then hey, this thing's glowing with magic. Maybe you should touch it and see what you can find.
maybe we should explore the room a little bit, and once we have a lay of the land, maybe I can take a tour and look for
Yeah,
medical
sure.
things, because I only get 10 minutes with it.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think I technically only get a certain amount of time with it too, but it's a ritual spell and I can cast it without spell slots and whatnot. Regardless, I'm still gonna like go after this one like carving thing, and then afterwards I'm gonna go take a walk with Gale, and then the two of us can just do our magic walk. Also, the Sev Gale teamwork magic walk works not only with the detect magic and identify combo, but also with the arcana one person gives the other advantage combo.
Okay.
So,
So yeah.
casting Identify as a ritual does take 10 minutes. So that would be
Yeah.
the duration of detect magic,
Detect magic.
just for clarification.
Well, that's,
Um,
I mean, that's still fine though, because all Gale needs to do is like let me know what he sees has detect magic on it. Like, I don't need
Sure.
to,
Yeah, just
like,
let you know, like,
I don't,
the
yeah.
time would overlap. That's all.
Either way, I'd like to explore the room first before committing
Right.
to the spell.
Yeah.
Right, that's fine.
So
And
really,
again, we can roll Arcana.
we're looking to see if there are any dangers.
Yeah, just scouting, you know.
Sure. Go ahead, give me some perception. And Gale, what were you looking to do? Looking around
Honestly, if I
for.
wasn't afraid of triggering a trap or me just being human, like, zaps me just by walking by a statue, I'd explore, but Gale is visibly nervous being in this place.
Sure.
I
Oh
can
God.
help you with that if you want.
Oh Lord. So really, with your 22 and with Locke's 25, yeah, you like explore the perimeter of the room, check out what all like is going on elsewhere on the like the upper floor. The closest thing that you can tell is dangerous in the room is if you were to take a like one bad misstep into the channels grooved into the pavement in the lava. While the heat might feel treacherous, it's just heat being like wafted through the air, but nothing looks out of place. Nothing looks trapped in the immediate area. It appears to just be like a very
Okay.
intimidating entry.
I'll step over by where Sev is, just to see if I
Yeah,
can see a little more.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
naturally, I'll convey that information to everybody.
Mhm.
So
Sure. As you're making your way up towards past the statue, you do see that there are two doors that are on the upper platform, just past the stairs. Two very similar looking, like black metal doors that blocked off the entryway to this area. As you head off to the left, you see that there is a corridor that extends down about 25 feet or so. The same kind of channels off in the sides. There does seem to be a break in the wall about halfway down that will lead off to the right, and the far end of the hallway begins to curve off to the left.
Okay. Okay, so hang on, let me
It's like turn to Rayleigh and sort of eye lock and ask, do you think Locke can either smell or detect anything that might be moving or otherwise alive? Besides
uh,
us?
we didn't notice anything that was dangerous, so I don't think there's anything here currently. But I could have Locke just keep watch. That'd be fine.
And reflecting on like your patrol, like looking through and like just sniffing around, yeah, there didn't seem to be anything alive or like actively prowling or anything. There was an overwhelmingly musty scent in the air, but it could chalk that up to just being like subterranean and underground.
Yeah, it's not like sulfur or brimstone or anything where it'd be overwhelming.
There is nothing like that, nothing noxious. The worst thing is just like the overbearing heat coming
Okay.
from the
there's
floor.
probably dead people in here, and they don't smell very good, but you know. Anyway, so casting time. All right, so Wait. So does Gale have detect magic up right now?
No, I don't. I kind of want to explore a little more before I
Right.
commit to
I
using it. Anything that looks
yeah,
obviously
yeah. That's cool. I would like to roll, I guess, perception in this room just to. Oh god, it's so hard to get used to doing D&D Beyond.
Sure.
Um,
Just wanting to look around.
yeah.
Okay.
How do I get rid of the disadvantage? Because we're not in the sunlight.
I mean, I'll just take the first roll.
Okay. That didn't work.
All right. With a 23. Man, oh man, y'all are just on top of it today. Yeah, you kind of like trace
Wait
along
a
the
minute.
same.
Where did that show up on? I didn't. Where?
did you
Where?
do it on D&D Beyond?
Yeah, I did it on D&D Beyond, and
Okay,
I
me and
don't.
Dale can see it because we're using the client.
Yeah, like I
All
pulled it
right.
open so I could see it.
Okay, you can both see it, but I can't.
Yeah, I would like to be able to see rolls when they're made.
If you
Well,
take a
that's
look
either-
towards
Check.
if you take a look towards the very top of the screen, there should
Uh-huh.
be an icon to the left of what appears to be an anvil, I think, for y'all, called Game Log, and that should open up the roll screen for everyone.
You said it's to the left.
Upper top
It
to the
said
right.
class manage. That's not what I want. I don't have a character builder.
So top right, there should have been an icon
top
of
right.
an anvil.
Oh.
Then
okay.
off to the left of that directly, there should be an icon that looks like a chat box comment thing.
Okay, there it is.
And that should be
Yeah, and
the
I
game log.
had a bunch of rolls because I was experimenting earlier.
Got it.
All of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
found it.
looking in Roll20 chat earlier.
No, because you said at the top of the page, and for some reason I thought you meant the top left of the page, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay, we're good now. So yes, I got a 23.
Yep.
I could see Gail's roll though. I just couldn't see hers. Just didn't appear in Roll20.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
connected
issue.
to Roll20, so
Okay.
So
Well, we're good now.
with the 23, kind of like look over the same general layout of the room as really did walk, taking like the same kind of like perimeter walk. I do see that there are two statues that like lead up to the upper floor to the left and right of the stairs. They share the same kind of like ornamentation as these statues that are holding the torches on the bottom floor. Just like staring out down towards the stairway. They look finely crafted. Like a lot of attention and care went into them, but nothing else really catches your eye. Looking over towards the doorway, though, you do see that there is writing along the along both doors. Realize it to be in Infernal.
Okay.
States only a fool succumbs to greed. Take only what you need if you look to be free.
I'm guessing that Gale is like still following me, yeah?
And so you said it's in Infernal this time?
Infernal, correct.
Okay, I was just asking because the door was in Celestial, so.
which again is something that only I and the party currently understand. So, alright, so who's with me now? Gail is following me. Did Locke and or Rayleigh follow me?
Sure.
Yeah. And I guess Reese can come too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll race
Okay,
off in
so
the
I'm
back.
going to translate what the writing just said. Babe, why don't you go ahead and say it again, just so
Yeah.
I remember to. So I'm just so everybody knows, this is me speaking in common.
Only a fool succumbs to greed. Take only what you need if you look to be free.
And is there like a door or something where this is by? Are we near like an armory?
Yep,
Some
it
sort
is up top the stairs. Like just past the stairway are two metal doors. And this is like engraved over both doors.
It concerns there might be mimic of sorts after our last rendezvous with adventure. Quick question for Babe. Is Dresmorland with us, or did he stay like outside? I don't remember what the
Wasn't even in the
agreement
caverns
was.
with you.
What?
Wasn't even in the caverns with you. He's outside back with
So he
Spark.
just pointed us to the entrance, told us where the team was, and was just like, "See ya."
Yeah, sounds
Okay,
like.
then. Yeah, my concern is that that they probably want to bring this stuff someplace, and if this place is trapped, that would suck for them. 'Cause we have to
I'm
do
going
it.
to take a transcription of what's written. I mean, I won't know like exactly what it says, but I figure I'll just replicate it as best I can.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can write down
I
what
said,
Seb's telling you.
I translated it like the best I could into common, so like just do that. Although,
I just want to give them
honestly,
something so that they know what to expect when they go in.
right. Well, good fucking luck, man.
All right. What else y'all want to do?
Take only what you need, but if it's your job as like a museum person to catalog and bring this stuff in, then don't you need to bring everything?
I'm pretty sure context is king in this situation from the
Yeah,
perspective of the person who set the trap.
right.
And as
Like,
archaeologists and historians, they should be privy to that.
yeah. If they need to take stuff back that badly, I don't know. Sounds like a situation where it just kind of sucks to be them. And good luck.
The clear solution here is every time you need a weapon, you need one of your other teammates to threaten you with violence.
Oh my god.
That's funny. Oh no, I dropped my weapon in the lava. I need a new one.
Well, this is certainly some news to bring to our pal.
All right. Now that we have another door in front of us and there's another inscription, I will indeed pop detect magic.
Okay. Yeah, Bob.
Let me
detect
make sure
magic.
I do that correctly on roll 20.
That's a good incantation.
As you cast it, nothing different appears before you.
There is nothing before me.
Well, so sort of feel like we got all the info we needed out of the inscription, and you know, it sure is lucky for that bloke that he brought me along, because I don't know how things would have fared if he didn't have someone to translate that. But you know, all we can do at this point is be the messenger. If he wants to take more than he's supposed to take, sounds more like a him problem to me. But let's see what else we can find out while we're in here.
Sure.
So you got your detect magic up. I can identify anything that, you know, gets set off, and
The door doesn't seem to be enchanted, although I guess I'm gonna walk a bit towards where we came in and see if the enchantment is still on the door behind us.
Sure.
Just
Yeah.
so I'm within the 30 feet.
Yeah. It would take about like 2 or 3 minutes to pop back over to the door, back up the stairs. And as you're taking a look at it, yeah, you can see that it's outlined. It is glimmering.
Okay.
With some sort of
In that
enchantment.
case, I'll go back. I will take a stroll to the left.
Okay.
to the
Stroll
left, to the left.
examine this room.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Give me a.
Go examine.
I'll
Yeah.
follow just because we're the magic-y team.
Where is that? Come on, my map. I need my map. Give me my room numbers. Okay. So yeah, go ahead. Give me a perception.
Okay.
It won't, like, I can't seem to figure out how to get myself to follow Gale, but just so you know, I have followed Gale.
16. All right. Riley, I
Is
assume you're
there
following as
any
well.
reason- What?
I assume Riley's following as well.
Yeah, I'll follow up. It'll be fine.
Sure.
Okay.
So we all walk down the corner and like you enter a brand new room. Gale, to you, this just looks like broken rubble. There are 4 pillars set in the corners, and between them are some like rundown stone benches.
But to someone else, it looks interesting. Who else could it be?
Nothing really looks out of place. It just looks broken down. There are like etchings and carvings in the wall, but looking at them, they seem to have like just faded, and any sort of construction, any sort of semblance they might have had, has just been withered away.
I guess
Do
I'll
they-
write a report of what's in this room, quickly inventory it.
Does anyone have mending?
No.
Would the wand of prestidigitation do anything to help? Because
I think it's more of like a cleanup kind of thing, and
Yeah,
not
I don't-
necessarily like.
I don't think it
Yeah.
restores anything.
I'm just thinking of ways, because I want to see if any of this has symbols that I would recognize via, you know, Mistwalkers, aka Fog's organization.
Reflecting on that, it has no connection to anything that you would have seen prior. No.
You're sure? Like, nothing even vaguely?
No.
Alright. Okay.
And anything in this room?
In the new room. So we'll walk out past the rather like bland room. Let's see here. Where have the tabs? One moment.
And anything pinging is magical.
Yeah, either pinging as magical or showing some sign that fog and or the walkers have been around.
So, taking a look into this new room, Gale, you do see off to your left, along the wall, there's kind of like an indentation right above where it seems the lava channels have stopped for a bit. It does sparkle, and you can tell that it has something to do with illusion.
Okay.
Okay.
Taking a look around the room, you see that like hung in the top left, top right corners are tapestries made of various different colors.
Kind of point out the illusion magic, and are the tapestries visible to the naked eye, or am I only seeing this?
Yeah, they're definitely physical and tangible. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Well, let me cast identify on them, and granted it'll take some time, but I still want to see what's up with it.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm just gonna walk around. If I could get an escort from Reese, that would be great.
Yeah.
Maybe
Sure.
Rayleigh can stay here and protect Sev.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Where do you are you just like walking around the other corner
Yeah,
of the
I just
hallway?
want to make
Okay.
the most use out of detect magic. So,
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just since identify takes longer.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And I guess I'll just walk this way.
Yeah, you can make your way walking down around the corner of the hallway. Walking down, you see that it spirals in on itself, and you see a stairway that leads down.
Well, I'll quickly go back to the main foyer then.
Okay.
Might want to wait for me for that.
And I will go this way.
Sure. You meet a corridor that just kind of circles around itself. You see that there is an entrance to the to the right, and to the bottom. Both open up to what appear to be a chasm, sprawling with lava
So much lava.
down about, like it falls down about 200 feet away from you. And like the second you'll just like pop your head in, you just get like the of all the hot air rushing up towards you.
And as I see that, I'll make a layout and say deadly lava, 200 feet in the report.
As you make your way towards the bottom entryway, you see that the path kind of just like crumbles away before you, leading to another broken floor. But the hallway does extend around the corner, and as you move on down, you see that it leads to a pit that reaches down about 30 feet, with wooden spikes rising up around 5 to 7 feet.
Oh boy,
Okay,
that
I'm
doesn't
just gonna
sound
peek
fun.
around the corner over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and is that the pit that I'm looking at now?
Yep, that's the pit.
And nothing pinging is magical.
Nothing pinging is magical, no.
Okay, then I will go back to the main room where Sev is.
Sure. I'll say roughly
Let me know where
at this point,
everything is.
detect magic like is just worn off as you're getting to the pit.
Yep.
No one magical stalagmite at the bottom of a pit, unfortunately.
No, or at least not within 30 feet.
Alright, I'm assuming also by now that like I would have identified whatever it was, I don't remember what I was identifying in this room.
Blip of illusionary magic, I guess, and maybe the tapestries.
Yeah. Oh, the tapestries. That's right. Okay, so what have I learned?
They are very fine cloth. There is
But they were magic-y. They gave off magic.
No, there was some kind of blip where the lava was coming in that was illusionary.
Oh, okay.
And I guess I kind of want to get a closer look at it with an Arcana check.
yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll separate or assist?
Go ahead, assist. That's good to go.
All right, I'm assisting.
Go ahead, give me another Arcana
Sure.
Gale. All right, and with a 17, you go approach the wall, and you see you see that the lava channels around you stop short. And they just there's the full clearing of the stone path meeting the wall. Taking a closer look at the wall, you see that there's an indent, and there are 4 markings, like 4 places where it's been indented in the wall, roughly, I don't know, 2 inches by 2 inches. And pulling upon what you saw earlier with feeling some sort of connection to the illusion school, and looking at the colors of the tapestries behind you, you get a feeling there might be some sort of loose connection.
Are they ordered in any particular way? Like, are they exactly mirrored with the way the tapestries are hung up, or is there like sort of a odd pattern that is discernible?
Of the tapestries themselves,
The
before you
tapestries
is just a
like
before you is
okay.
just a blank wall.
Yeah.
It just has the spaces for the indents. It's like nothing is visible on the wall apart from the stone. The tapestries themselves, if you were to take a closer look, they have each of them is a different color. And
Sure.
moving closer to them, you see that all of them have a different form of artwork stitched into them. The first on the left is the blue. Peering at the first tapestry, you see a brilliant white orb threaded into it at the top. Below is a crude depiction of what seems to be a field, with various shades of green, yellow, and white threads stitched in to form hills. Towards the bottom of the fabric are what appear to be humans, who seem to be blossoming out of a scarlet flame.
That is a little ominous. Okay. And the second tapestry?
The next tapestry depicts a battlefield woven into the dark green fabric. You see a rocky brown mountaintop with tiny soldiers wearing variations of gray, silver, and gold armor, engaging with various different looking beasts, a combination of just about anything from tiefling to lizards to wolves, you name it.
Okay. And as we're going through all of this, I'm gonna basically write out what you're saying word for word, just for like the archaeologist's sake.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3.
Number 3, that is the yellow.
Yes.
Upon inspecting the yellow tapestry, see a rather simple design. White orb is threaded into the top half, Offset a bit to the left and to the bottom right is another white orb. However, a trail of black thread begins to spiral outwards from the bottom orb, covering the lower half of the tapestry.
And there's no depiction on the tapestry?
Apart from the orbs, that's it. It's just like a threaded orbs on the top left, bottom right, and then the like thick black spiral thread going throughout.
Okay, but like there's no picture or anything on this one. It's just like black with fancy patterns as opposed to the others having some sort of like depiction of a story.
So it's mostly yellow.
Okay.
And it has the two orbs and like the black spiral out from one of the orbs, and that's the design.
Okay. The only sort of insight that I could glean is that maybe this is some sort of creation story regarding humans and maybe beast kind, but
Yeah.
that's all I can get from it, really.
Yeah.
So
And
there is-
maybe the ordering of these might not be chronological immediately from an initial glean.
So there is a
I'm
fourth.
going to cautiously touch one of the tapestries.
There is a fourth one. We were on the third.
Yeah.
And this will be the second blue one. And you see that there's a series of purple, pink, white, and green streaks coming from sigils and glyphs that are etched into what appear to be white clouds. The arcane threads warp around a rocky mountaintop. And as you take a look at the last tapestry, you see that they're all hung along a similar kind of metal bar that has bells fashioned to tassels that hang like alongside the each tapestry.
Does anything look like Asmodeus, or I forget the demon portal
Belial.
symbol, Belial? Yeah.
No, nothing looks like Belial symbol.
Okay.
If you want, go ahead, roll me religion though.
Sure. Religion.
Okay. With a 16. While your first thought may have been of Belial due to your last encounter at the Bandit Keep, peering over at the different tapestries, once again, you do have two thoughts that just kind of force their way into your mind. Just kind of like this pinging in the back of your head. As a human, you're well aware of your history and how it's known that humans were birthed out of flame thanks to Alisar. Kind of reflect
Okay.
on the birth of humanity, striking a similar origin with the first tapestry. And you know that at some point in the past, there were the two firstborn who were thrown to be the sun and the moon, doomed to follow and chase each other for all time as the day and the night cycles. As you look over the third tapestry of the two orbs in the black spiral.
Okay.
That makes it a lot less threatening than everybody just catching fire.
Yeah. Still, I mean, we're talking about the primordial birth of humanity, and I'll, like, sort of just for expeditious, to make things quick, I'll just sort of relay my thoughts as you just did as DM to the party. And do I get a sense that the story is in the correct order with the tapestries, or are they wrong?
You would question. You would question the order. Um, wondering if putting together the idea of why there would be some sort of enchantments, like illusion enchantment, along the side of the wall he picked up, and why these would be in some straightforward fashion might seem a little too easy. I think there might be more
I
to
haven't.
more to this.
Sev, ready a healing potion for me. I'm going to try touching this.
Oh,
Okay.
wait. What if we ask Amol first?
Sure.
See what his idea is. And then I can ready a healing potion for you.
If you want, risk it and save it. Maybe it has to do with how human you are, and I'd only get half burnt.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can
Alright.
test that for science.
True. Alright, so let me ask Amol his opinion on such matters here.
Sure thing.
So I'm gonna shrink back in my head and pop him out and be like, so we've came across this, I suppose some would call it art on the tapestries. Now, what are your opinions of them and the events that take place in them?
I feel we have birth of the first, but I am not sure of the following. Perhaps the first could be rebirth. I'm not
Rebirth.
sure I have any ideas, unfortunately, apart from humans battle orbs. I'm not following.
It's
Hmm.
ponderous indeed.
Out of game, there were only 2 tapestries? How
There were
many
4.
were there? There were 4, okay. What about the other 2 tapestries?
What other 2 tapestries?
Do you not see there are 4 total and present?
Yes, we have the birth or rebirth, 2 of what could be battle, and 1 being orbs.
1 being orbs. What do you mean by that?
There are 2 orbs on the tapestry. The circles,
in-
if you will.
As in you and your kin being forced into orbs or other beings?
They simply look like circles to me. I'm not sure what to make of it.
And then the tapestry you mentioned seemed as birth. What sort of birth? Was it the birth of your kind, my kind, or everything in general?
It appears to be human.
Human birth. Now, I may have asked this before, but were you ever human at any point?
Proudly.
That's what I thought. And aside from being stuck in a head wrap, what would you consider yourself now?
I suppose still human.
Still human. Alright. So you're still human. You're just, unfortunately imprisoned. Yet powerful. Alright. Well, unfortunately, I think that's all the information you can give us on this specific circumstance, but hopefully we will be coming to an answer soon to get you at least moved from the book. Until then. Oh, besides getting you out, are there any things you particularly enjoy in there, such as, I mean, I would assume you cannot consume food, but are there certain, perhaps, pages that have been written on that you like being added to your book, or to anything you enjoy in your current form?
I mostly think to pass the time. It is rather empty.
I can certainly understand that. Well, I must say, I came across a good fiction book recently. Now, I feel like it must be rather dull to you, considering you have lived such an unfathomable long life, but would you be interested if I somehow inserted the pages just to give you some entertainment?
As you start suggesting this idea, you just feel like the pushback from Amal as the world just starts to like wisp back in.
Okay, alright, so I'm just as I come back to the world, I'm just gonna mutter, take that as a no. And then look around at everyone and be like, well, so alright. So like the pages or the tapestries that I was looking at and trying to get info from a mall. Now we are trying to find out if they were dangerous, yeah, because he told us that they were not. Yeah?
I think mostly he didn't really have any clue about them or what they were to illustrate or like any sort of
Right.
like timeline.
Okay. Well, I did check in with my headmate. He didn't seem to know too much about them, but what he did know did not seem particularly hostile. So, whoever wants to be the guinea pig and out of game, I don't know if guinea pigs back in this time period would have been used for scientific experiments, but I'm using
The
them for
colloquialism
anyway.
is still there, sure.
Yeah.
I guess I'll look at the human tapestry and give it a ginger quick touch to make sure I don't burst into flames.
Okay.
Now,
That sounds good.
I will say, Gail, I have no issue healing you should you, fall victim. Remember, I do have some healing tricks up my sleeve now.
All right. Well, you can extend your hand out to the tapestry, making sure not to like overstep and step into the lava channel beneath. As like your hand connects, you touch the fabric. Nothing happens.
Okay.
Mhm.
Nothing bad. No burning sensation.
Nope.
Would it
Can
be
I
easy
roll?
to switch the order of the tapestries, or would I have to like do this juggling act of like going over lava channels?
So you'd have to take them off of the metal rods that are fixed, that they're all hanging off of. Uh, you feel like it would be quite the ordeal to have to find your way up, like undo the knobs at the end to take them off, remove them, and swap them around.
Okay.
Wait a minute. How tall are they?
And would it be like moving a shower curtain if I wanted to move them that way, or
Yeah, very similar to that. Um,
So they're
they're
about as
roughly, yeah, like I guess a shower curtain is like a good comparison. They're probably like 4 feet tall, hanging from like top of the wall down about halfway down the wall, maybe a
okay?
little bit more than halfway.
So it's
keep
probably
in
not like an ordering thing then, unless they
keep in
can.
mind, I have supplies such as rope and chain and grappling hooks and like fishing tackle that can be used as like needles and could be even used to lure in the tapestries. Like, this is not something that you have to do on your own by individually going over and grabbing and pulling it down.
Okay. I kind of want to get another look at the illusion magic again, just to see if I can glean anything from the connection with the new information I have.
Okay,
I mean, that's fair. I can assist, because naturally
sure. Did you
I'm
want to
curious.
use detect magic again, or just trying to roll for Arcana?
I'm gonna try and roll for Arcana.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
unless we can take a few days in this ruin, like I don't want to be burning
Mm,
like spell slots because we might run into something threatening.
yeah.
Sure. That is up to you.
Alright, roll myself or just assist?
Assist.
Okay.
Let's go ahead.
Go
Roll
for
again.
it, buddy.
Well, that's a botch.
You take you take a look at the wall. Realize that there are 4 indentations that, at this point, you think probably correlate in some way, shape, or form to.
Are they
To
like
the
buttons?
no. So
Wait a minute, and that was with me assisting?
yes.
Damn. Okay. Whatever. Anyway.
They're not buttons. They're like a part of the wall has been indented back, so there's like a recession. Um, so like if you're to like
Okay.
slide your hand over it, like it feels like there's like your thumb like go into like a slot, just something that's been like pushed back.
Then you know what? We probably don't have the things we need to put them in. And if we were to solve this, we probably need those things and put them in the order of the tapestries, probably.
Have I used identify on this wall before?
No.
Why don't I? Might as well.
I don't know how that would work.
Well, you saying that means that I definitely want to do it now.
I mean, when I think identify, I think like specifically objects, not structures.
Alright, let me pull up the spell. I mean, it says You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued item, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has. If any, you learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. So I feel like if you can cast Identify on a creature, then casting it on a wall doesn't sound that far-fetched.
I mean, there's an explicit difference between object, structure, and creature. But yeah, okay.
I mean, it's a wall, like.
I'm just trying to think of
While
like
Sev
how.
is fiddling with the room, I'm going to try and investigate the room to see if I can find something that can be put in those indentations.
Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
Go ahead and give me investigation.
Investigation? Woohoo!
The 20 investigation. Looking around the room, you see that, like, again, there are the four pillars that just kind of like rumbled to pieces. The only things to note are the lava channel that is like leading towards or the lack of a lava channel leading towards the wall. You see that the tapestries hang roughly like about halfway down the walls, but the tassels with the bells are like easily within reach for you all.
Do the bells look indentation shaped?
They do not. They don't look like
Okay.
they would be used for
Oh.
indentations. But it does strike you a little bit odd that they would just be like halfway down like within reach.
I would like to ring one of the bells.
Sure. Number 1 through 4.
Sure.
Oh boy,
Which?
here we go.
I'll try the first one.
Okay. Sav, as you're preparing, Identify, trying to get everything ready. Gail, you're looking around the room and just looking at the different tapestries over again, seeing the
Oh great.
different like lava channels. And you reach for the first tassel. You have in your hand, you give the bell a ring. And Sev, before you,
Oh no.
in one of the indentations, you see a blue square light up.
A blue square light up. Okay.
In the
I mean,
first
that
like
can-
spot of the indentation.
Right. I mean, that could mean a number of things, but most of them probably not good.
And
Okay.
just so I know, is the first tapestry like the order of creation that I would know from history books?
So it does depict what could be interpreted as the birth of humans, yes.
Okay.
Is there anything
Did I-
blue and square-like on this tapestry?
Good
Tapestry
question.
folded in half, I guess.
So,
Yeah.
Nothing
Have
specifically threaded.
did I hear the bell being rung when this happened?
Yeah, it's not a like silent bell.
Okay, I wasn't sure like how far away they would have been from me, so yeah, okay.
Which tapestry has the conflict depiction with humans with weapons?
It is the The conflict between humans and creatures is the second.
I'll give that one a ring-a-ding-ding.
Oi, might want to be careful there. Let's step back for a minute if you're gonna ring that one. I'd rather not, you know. I'm assuming so can you describe, like, what happened, like, as the first one he rang that was in my hands? Like, what happened to it in my hands?
You mean the wall?
Or whatever it was. Yeah, I guess the wall. Like, what sensations did I feel after he rang the bell?
Ooh, I'm not sure how to explain that.
Like, did you just see something light up, or
Yeah, like I'm not sure what you would have like physically felt, like as you were like
Okay.
starting up the ritual. I don't know if you would have even like felt any sort of sensation if you were touching. But as the bell was rung, like you saw this blue light begin to like emanate and like fill up a square of the one of the indentations.
Don't sound good. Alright, I'll be right back up.
I mean, to me, it sounds like it's either not good or good. It could be a good thing. Blue
We
squares can be good.
don't know either way until something happens, so I think maybe we should try, and if something happens, we just book it.
Yeah, ring all the bells. I agree.
Sure. So which one did you want to try next?
I'll pick the one that seems to make the most sense of the creation story as I understand it, so I guess number 2?
Okay.
Unless there's something that's, like, clearly obvious, okay, this is the birth of humans, and then this happened, and I clearly see it on the wall from, like, an earlier check.
Yeah, reflected back to the religion.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's wrong, like, I just want to go with what the history says, not necessarily what actually happened.
For sure. Yeah. So from what you reflect, you get the idea that the birth of humans could have been correct in the first order. Next could have been the split of the two brothers of the sun and the moon.
So I'm guessing that's probably those two orbs then?
Correct.
Okay, I'll ring, I guess that's number 4?
3.
3, okay.
Yeah.
I'll ring 3.
Go ahead. Go give the yellow tassel a ring.
Dingling.
It's much the same. You see a yellow light emanate from the second indentation and begin to fill the square area.
Oh, great.
So, I guess I probably have the sequence correct. Maybe. And did conflict follow that? Or I guess we kind of have this other primordial nothingness from number 4? Or I guess I'm trying to remember what was depicted on the two remaining.
So the first, well, the last one, the first, the last one, God, the second one is the depiction of some sort of battle of folks in armor waging what could be war against beast kind on a rocky mountaintop. And then on the fourth one is like a stormy sky with arcane sigils stitched in over a rocky mountaintop.
So you know what? I will go for number 2 and then go for number 4.
Sure. You can go ahead, go ring, ding, 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 ding. The second one, Sev, you see a green flash of light begin to emanate out, fill up the third square.
Fine.
Ring, 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 ring.
This is fine.
You see the fourth indentation begin to fill with a blue light. And you hear a crack as the panel of the indentation kind of like shifts and moves into the wall a bit as the wall begins to slide to the left and open before you.
I think I saw. Oh my god! Sorry, I'm just seeing the Windows symbol. That silver.
I definitely did not. Oh my god.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
Again,
so,
I'm getting ideas. This is bad.
Silver gets like all 500 gold for.
What's up, Jovi? Welcome, welcome.
Okay, so I might have solved the riddle, assuming that we're not going to get afflicted by a bunch of lava or traps.
Yeah.
So, as the like stone cracks away and the wall begins to like just move into itself, you see a small room composed of smooth stone bricks, and along the far wall is a stone bench that has a bit of dust and rubble decorating the ground. Spread in between the debris are various human skulls. Atop the bench, slumped on its side, is the remains of a skeleton in rusted metal
boy.
armor, a piece of parchment grasped in its bony hands.
I would like to check out the parchment without, like, disturbing the corpse too much.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe like see how much you can read of a parchment without removing it from his hand, just on the off chance that counts as taking more than you need.
So it's currently like rolled up, grasped in its hand. But you can go ahead and give me a sleight of hand to see if you can try to
Wait,
grab it.
maybe we could get Mage Hand to do it.
Want to do that as well?
Really? Please and thank you.
I mean, sure, why not?
All right.
And then all three of us can at least try to read it, even though I have a feeling I'm probably going to be able to be the only one able to understand it, given our track record in this place.
I just hope it's not a freaking chicken parchment again.
I mean, yeah.
So really, you can conjure your spectral hands and like finagle it forward to go just pluck the piece of parchment out of the skeleton's hands. As the the parchment just like floats out, the hand itself just like crumbles away to dust, and you hear like a clatter as the skeleton begins to like shift and fall down
boy.
along the bench.
Okay.
You are able to grab the piece of parchment though and bring your mage hand back to you.
All right.
For a second there, I thought it disintegrated.
Yeah.
For a
I
moment,
am-
I thought it was gonna get up.
Yeah, me too. I'm immediately gonna motion to please and thank you give me the parchment. And then
Sure.
like also make a motion that like if anything in here moves, we need to like get back to the previous room.
Yeah, I mean, half of the things in here have been things that only you can read, so sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. As you unfurl, you see that this is written in common.
Oh, okay.
It is rather difficult to read takes you a couple minutes trying to like parse out all the words as they're like kind of
Older
Like
comic,
archaic.
probably.
it's archaic and like the length of time that like this has been sitting here, you can see that like the ink has kind of faded. Um, so it's like trying to like retrace what the different figures are, the different characters are, and like what they would like how the language has
Like
evolved.
finding a note written by Shakespeare himself.
Yeah. But
Or
eventually,
someone else from that age.
eventually you are able to make it out. It reads, "The dark is breaking. The drums are sounding. The sky is filled with naught but death. This is the end of everything we know and love. We must fight for our land, for our brothers, sisters, and children. We must conquer this evil for our freedom. We may not survive, but still we must try. We must try."
Maybe this depicts some sort of prisoner, and this is like a poem or something as a rallying cry for humans, if what
With,
kind of
with
context?
with reference to the darkness, sounds familiar enough about the dark times that Amal mentioned, you know, historically. So I'm gonna pop back into my Amal headspace real quick and ask him specifically about that part. I mean about the whole thing, but I'm gonna specifically like mention the part about like darkness and the sky is not but death, etc. You
Okay.
know?
While you're in your headspace, I'm gonna see if the enchantment lifted or if it's still active.
Yeah, that too.
I'll do an Arcana check. I just want to see if, we open the door and, I don't know, maybe there's like door number 2 or door number 3 and we haven't like solved the whole thing.
Sure. Sev, can I get a charisma check, please?
Oh my god, of all things to ask me.
Yeah.
Sev.
Me. Yeah. Charisma.
Are we going through a head fight?
Head fight. Hello? Did it not show up?
Let's see.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh no!
Did you botch?
With a 5,
I got a 5.
you try to will Amal, and like you reflect back on how you always summoned him and he just came
He's getting
at
tired
the snap of your
me
finger.
asking him questions for every little thing.
You call and you think and realize the time is just passing you by and the seconds are moving forward. Realize that you are in this moment alone.
So, have some unfortunate news, and it's not based on anything he said. It's more what he didn't say. I seem to be having some trouble getting a hold of him, and I'm getting the feeling that he's, not really happy being, called forth and asked just about any question I could come up with, which is fair, but not fantastic.
Maybe we should save questions for anything that might look particularly demonic or infernal or celestial related.
Maybe he's just busy.
I very much concur. So, anyway, I suppose we could. I'm so sorry. Remind me again, out of game, what are we looking at that I was asking
An
Amal?
empty room filled with ancient parchment, which we took, and the tapestries.
Right. Okay. Alright, so you were gonna make like an Arcana check on something.
I just wanted to
Well,
see if the thing was, or like the
yeah,
spell was still active after maybe solving the puzzle. There could be
right.
more to this room
Yeah.
if I ring the bells in a different order, maybe.
Well, now that I am no longer occupied trying to speak with Amal, I can assist you. Or maybe you want to assist me, see if that does better. So, well, wait. What's your what is your plus in Arcana?
So go ahead and make me the Arcana check.
I'm just gonna do it.
I'm gonna say this is
Yeah,
like
whatever.
happening at the same time, just for convenience sake.
Okay, whatever.
As far as you can tell, stone shifted. The actual device itself is like into the wall now, and you don't really have any semblance of any like leftover energy emanating from it.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll just ring one of the bells.
You know what? At this point, like, Sub's not gonna stop you because
I'll do
we
it in the
need
same
to
order.
know- We need to know
Okay.
for science
You
reasons.
know, actually, before we do anything, I'm gonna do something that I should have done a number of times that I've been playing it, but I forgot it was a thing that I can do. I'm gonna expend one spell slot to sense whether any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of me.
Oh
I
my
think
god.
Yeah,
You can do that?
I
Yeah,
thought
apparently
that
I
was
can
a
do that.
paladin only thing, but no,
Yeah.
wait, you're right. You're right. Okay, so I think it may have been different for my ranger, but like I said, I was a gloomstalker and you're a beastmaster, so yeah, it would be different. So yeah, fucking do the thing that would help immensely. Do the thing, really.
So I'm trying to read through this, and I don't think that there's any barrier to this.
Okay.
Because it doesn't look like that.
Yeah,
Like,
the only
Actually,
Yeah.
can we retroactively do that? Like when I asked about Locke being able to like find stuff? Or, well, maybe not.
so really, kind of like taking the backseat to everything going on right now. You just kind of like start to mull things over, and you begin to become very much in tune with this kind of subterranean dungeon ruin.
Especially with the book or whatever that had the infernal writing on it that, let's just say, I handed it to him. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah. Reflecting on your senses, you do get the feeling that there are undead present. You get a sensation of some sort of presence on this floor, somewhere off to the right. And you do get the presence of something down beneath.
Guess it's a good thing I didn't go downstairs.
Yeah, so I'll just tell everyone that there
Wait, to the
are
right,
indeed.
does that mean the skeleton in the room?
I cannot know the exact location. So
Wait,
Okay.
hold up. Skeleton in the room. I don't remember their.
Where the note
yeah,
was
this feature
retrieved.
doesn't tell you the creature's location or number. So
No, but Gail just said skeleton in the room as if it's one we passed and acknowledged but walked past. I
I
don't
think he
remember.
means the one that dropped the
The one that
dropped.
dropped the parchment.
Mhm.
Yeah, the one that I snatched the parchment from.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, can it do wait, did you say there's fiends on the lower level?
But it was undeads. Undead.
It's still undead. Okay. Now, is this ability able to detect, like, oh, we have undeads in the other room, but there are fiends upstairs or whatever? Or does it have to only be the same kind of creature?
It is any type. The only type detected was undead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the only other thing that I should mention about it is that if I'm in a forest, the range extends to 6 miles.
Yeah. Okay.
Though I'm not sure if that's more helpful or less helpful.
No, I mean, well, yeah. I remember that was I remember the forest thing from my ranger because I had that same type of favorable landscape. Okay. Well, what I will say is we are in a good group when it comes to being able to fight undead. Granted, some of my spells are very good for that. So we just need to proceed with caution. As
And I
far
kind
as
of think we have an undead smiting machine, and I look back at Reese.
yeah, that
Yeah.
Just looking off at the wall at the lava. Ooh, wow, that's really kind of hot.
well then, should we call it here so that Reese can
Yeah, we can
participate
definitely.
next
I was
week?
looking for a good opportunity to call for the night. I was
I
gonna
think this is a good opportunity because
now I
we
was gonna see where y'all
identified. Yeah.
I was gonna see where y'all we're gonna head off to next, but we can pick that back up. We got some stuff to ponder upon, I suppose. We got a couple of orbs at least.
Or
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll still be working on stuff. We'll probably finish this out. Yeah, we'll probably finish this out over in Roll20. We'll try to solve any of the beyond issues, and then we will go through our supposedly time skip period, see how that all works out. But
now my question. Sorry, go ahead.
we'll be ending for the night. I hope you all had a good time. I'm very curious to see where you all are going to take the rest of this dungeon off to. And yeah, any other questions about the future character stuff? Just hit me up and we can go over it. And
But my
whatnot.
question is for tonight specifically, now, did everyone just use Roll20 for the whole thing no matter what, or did anyone try to use Beyond for certain things?
Except for keeping track of my gold, I use Beyond the whole night just with looking
Okay.
in on Roll20 to see how my rolls went.
Right, yeah, that was what I did too.
I did a bit of both because I kept getting in the habit of using Roll20 on accident.
I mean, yeah, okay. Alright, I'm glad we're all on the same page with that at least. Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm good. We'll see y'all next week.
yeah, sounds good for me.
Sounds good to me.
Have a wonderful rest of your
Bye.
night, guys. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, friends, that was our Thursday night session. I am tired. I wanted to wrap this up, but we just kept on steamrolling through. I hope you all enjoyed. We'll be back next week, next Saturday. Take care, friends. See you next time.